you.
I'll go ahead and start the webinar, Chris.
Good evening, everyone. I'm calling to order the Douglas County School District Board of Education meeting for April 6, 2021 at 6:04 p.m. We'll begin with roll call. Director Chancho Shore.
Here.
Director Graziano.
Here.
Director Hansen.
Here.
Director Holtzman.
Here.
Director Lung.
Here.
Director Meek.
Here.
Director Ray is here. All board members are present. Please stand and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, we welcome Interim Superintendent Wise to share with us some good news about staff and students. Interim Wise.
Good evening, everyone. I just want to say it's at a great time again where we get to honor staff and student recognitions, and what a great way to start off our board meeting tonight on this little bit of snowy evening. This week marks our national week to celebrate assistant principals. So I want to just take a second to recognize all of our assistant principals within Douglas County School District. Their leadership, their work, I just say thank you very much. You know, and in this year, with COVID, and you look at where we've been remote, we've been hybrid, been full in person, we've had students participate in a number of activities, athletics, and different events. And when you think about it, that resiliency, that participation, that trying to build some normalcy, and then our success and achievement here in Douglas County, just want to give a shout out to amazing accomplishments of our athletics and also our activities within our district and our students who participate. You know, we've had schools that have earned state championship titles in cross country, co-ed cheer, POMs, jazz, and of course tonight we're going to honor our state champions in boys basketball from Thunder Ridge High School. I want to take a second and just let you know that on the line with us we have the principal of Thunder Ridge High School, Ms. Nikki Ballou, athletic director, assistant principal Sean Patterson, athletics department assistant Kim Pecco, and the boys basketball head coach and his team with us, Mr. Joe Ortiz. And so we just want to say thank you for being here. I want to take a second and just say congratulations on your perseverance, working through this season, participating, and then again, Mr. Ortiz, Coach Ortiz, your history in Douglas County, the impact you had, your legacy, and this year a big state title. So Ms. Ballou, I want to turn it over to you and Mr. Patterson first just to say, tell us what the state championship in this year means to Thunder Ridge High School.
This championship this year was so special to us. It has been a year. And our boys basketball team experienced quarantines and adversity. They pulled through. Mr. Patterson was rescheduling games, trying to figure out how we could have a season. Coach Ortiz, Coach Russ, Coach Utzi, Coach Arnold. It was an amazing season. These boys had such heart, such passion, such commitment to the team, and it showed in how it all came out in the end. So we're super proud of these guys.
Thanks, Ms. Ballou. If you'll pass the microphone over, the virtual mic over to Mr. Patterson, what do you have to say?
Thanks, Corey, and thanks, Board of Education, for recognizing such an amazing team. We truly appreciate it. Yeah, a lot of adversity, a lot of perseverance. This team epitomizes all that for what they've gone through. They went through a 14-day quarantine. They went through key injuries. They went through rescheduling, didn't know when our season was going to start, but yet they kept their goal. They stayed together as a team. They grew as a team. So what they've been through epitomizes everything that we have gone through over the last year, and they were able to reach that mountaintop. So I'm proud of each and every one of them. They represented our school and our community. And to our coaches, what an amazing job that you all did to hold this team together. Good leadership equates success, and that's what you all did. All levels of coaches, I truly appreciate all your time, dedication, commitment, and these kids follow you because of what true leaders you are. Coach Ortiz, thank you for everything. 25 years at Thunder Ridge High School, 11 Final Fours, 7 state championship appearances, 3 state titles, and this one is sweet. I'm glad to be a part of it, and that's your Thunder Ridge. So congratulations to all of you. We are very, very proud of you. Thank you.
Yeah, well said. Coach Ortiz, you opened up Thunder Ridge High School. You built this program, and this year you won a state title. Would you tell us a little bit about the team, have them introduce, or if you'll introduce your team and share some comments and let your players also share what this meant to them?
Absolutely, Corey. We appreciate it. I can't even put into words what it means. I mean, our principal and our athletic director shared with you some of the adversity that we dealt with. Honestly, we're still dealing with stuff today. Our players believe. Our players are together. Our players support each other. They had each other's back, and it ended up being like a storybook finish. But quite honestly, it started out like a Stephen King novel. I mean, it was brutal. I can't even imagine what we had to overcome to get here. But Corey, the last time I spoke in front of a school board was 18 years ago. And I have to tell you that it feels awfully sweet to be here in a team room over the computer with a trophy behind us and a bunch of kids who get to share this for the rest of their lives. And I have been doing this for 25 years, but I feel like a brand new coach every day. I'm extremely thankful for every opportunity that I'm given by our administration here at Thunder Ridge and throughout the district. And I'm praying to do 25 more. And so what I'm going to do is introduce our coaches and our players. And starting on our left over here, Coach Uchi, who's also a math teacher. He's our assistant varsity coach. Behind him is Coach Rusk, who's a science teacher and our junior varsity coach. Next to Coach Rusk is Joey Bolello. He's a junior. Behind him is Nolan Merrill, and he was I guess the MVP of the state championship game. He is a senior. Coming back up front is Sam Reeder, and one of the reasons why we wanted to do this in person as a group is because Sam was quarantined and wasn't able to do our virtual parade assembly that we did with our school this week. Behind him is Mike Carnasovas. He's a junior. Behind him is Garrett Arnold, who's a senior. And raise your other hand, Garrett. He's got a broken hand. And if you raise up your foot, Garrett, and he's got a broken foot. And he missed most of his senior year. He's a 4-year varsity player, a 3-year letterman, 3-year starter. And he played with the broken foot and then broke his hand in the state finals. Okay, in front of him is Thomas Wakowiak, who's a junior. To his left is Andrew Crawford, who's a freshman. Next to him is Rohan Banu, who's a junior, and in front is Jaden Hans, who's a senior. And so we're very happy to be here, and Sam Reeder, one of our seniors, is going to give a few words. Yeah. Take up your mask.
Hey guys, thanks for joining. As you probably could have guessed, the state championship means a lot to us. We all kind of grew up playing together, and it didn't stop just on the court. We went to lunches after practice on Saturdays and spent a lot of time together. So to win the state championship with my friends and all the time that we put in together, paying off in the end is, like Coach said, is pretty sweet. And Ms. Ballou and Mr. Patterson kind of touched on it, but the resilience that we showed this year with all that we went through kind of ended up helping us in the end, and we became a pretty strong team and ended up on top. So thank you.
Go Grizzlies!
Hey, thanks for the words. Thanks for representing Thunder Ridge and Douglas County High School. Here's to another championship next year. Best of luck to you, and congratulations, Thunder Ridge boys basketball, state champions. All right. Next, we're going to transition a little bit. We're going to take a little time to honor an amazing and long-time staff member to Douglas County. Miss Sally Graham is an English teacher at Cassview High School. She's been an employee with Douglas County for over 12 years. We have Mrs. Graham along with Rex Score, principal of Cassview here. And Mrs. Graham was recently received the Sharon Welch Lifetime Achievement Award for speech and debate. This award comes from Colorado High School Activities Association, otherwise known as CHASA. And when you look at the achievement in which Mrs. Graham has had, not only at Cassview, but throughout her entire career and the impact she's had on students, other teachers, I got to listen to the speech that was given about her from another speech and debate teacher in another district and the impact that Mrs. Graham has had. And I just want to say thanks for your work for Douglas County Schools, for Cassview, and for all of the students in speech and debate that get to compete in that way. Mr. Core, I want to start with you. Would you share a few words about Mrs. Graham and the impact that she has?
Corey, thank you very much, and thank you to the board for having us here tonight. I could be no more thrilled than to celebrate Sally Graham on her Lifetime Achievement Award. Sally and I arrived at the same time at Castleview High School nearly 13 years ago, and I too got to listen to a fantastic speech from another coach, from one of her former students who could speak to all of the amazing impact that she's had on speech and debate in the state of Colorado. But what I'd love to share is she has had that impact on our building in her 13 years there. She is a tremendous source of wisdom, of spirit, of energy, and she, I know we're not allowed to have any favorites as principals, but she's just one of my favorite people. So I am overjoyed to honor Sally this evening for her achievement and look forward to the next 25 years of having you coach speech and debate at Castleview High School. So Sally, congratulations on behalf of SaberCat Nation.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Dr. Core, thank you. Sally, if you would, share a little bit about what you're most proud of and what this recognition means to you.
Well, first of all, I want to thank the board for doing this because I stand in a long line of people who have received this award, and I don't think that any of them have been recognized at a school board meeting the way you are recognizing me. I appreciate all of you so much. I love this district. I love teaching at Castleview and Rex Core. You are the best. I have had a wonderful career working with young people, and having one of those young people stand up and laud me for being the obstinate, aggravating coach that I am makes me feel pretty good. I love kids. I love teenagers, and this award affirms that maybe I went into the right career after all. Thank you.
Congratulations, and let's take one more second to honor Ms. Sally Graham. Congratulations again to all of our honorees this evening. It's my pleasure and humbled by the work that you do and the difference that you make. So thank you for everything. Keep it up, and thank you for the opportunity tonight.
All right, thank you, Interim Superintendent Wise, and again, thank you all, one and all, for joining us tonight. And obstinate and aggravating, Sally, I'm just thinking you fit right in with us. So anytime you want to come on down. But again, congratulations to all our students, all our teachers that we've recognized. This is always the highlight of our evenings. And thank you, principals and administration, for celebrating your people as well. All right, board, next on our agenda is to accept the agenda. Is there a motion?
Move to accept the agenda.
Motion made by Director Meeks, seconded by Director Lung. Any further discussion? Seeing none, let's vote. Chancho Shore.
Aye.
Graziano. Aye. Hanson.
Aye.
Holtzman.
Aye.
Lung.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Ray. Aye. That passes unanimously. Next on our agenda is to hear from one of our student advisor group leaders, Jenna Perazzi. I don't know why I went blank on that, Jenna. I apologize. But Jenna, welcome. Good evening, and please go ahead and share.
Awesome, thank you. And no worries about that, Director Ray. So as he said, my name is Jenna Perazzi. I'm a senior at Rock Canyon High School, and I'm one of the 3 co-presidents of the Student Advisory Group. So briefly, I just kind of wanted to give you guys an overview of what we've been working on our last meeting and where we're planning to go from here. So at the last SAG meeting, that was on the 22nd of May, we heard from Chris Page, Jan Lanning, Remy Rummel, and they all talked about an update for the equity and diversity policy. And Student Advisory Group was really excited to, work with policy because that was one of the few objectives that we really had this year. And we gave some of our input on the specific wording, and then we also discussed what we really hoped to see out of this policy and how it would affect us as a district. And then from there, we also got a chance to hear from Director Ray and Lung. We heard an update about the new mental health policies that are on the way, as well as we heard about the update on the superintendent search. And with that, there is a student superintendent panel, and then a handful of student SAG members are going to be speaking and interviewing the hopefully new future superintendent finalists. And then at the end of our meeting, we gave our subgroups a lot of time to work. And then as many of you know, our subgroups are small individual groups that allow students to break off, and they really have the intent of creating solutions to areas of concern that we've seen in the district. At each group, our goal this year has been to submit a proposal to the board by the end of the year. And at this meeting, we got the drafted proposals from just about every group. And then we're working on refining those so that we can present them at the May board meeting. And then so before I came to this meeting tonight, I was asked if I could just give some brief updates on kind of the student perspective of how this new COVID full in-person system is going. And so I think that certain things are still certainly far from what we've considered normal. But I know lots of schools are really trying to increase student morale. And with that, we've had a lot of pandemic-friendly school-sponsored events, if you will. I know at Rock Canyon, we're halfway through our Wish Week, and it's been really great to kind of see that school spirit and kind of get behind our Wish Kid in a non-traditional year. And then on the academic side of things, since most of our stuff has been online throughout the year, I think teachers have started to adapt to having some of those lesson plans and those activities ready online. And so I've noticed that for students who, maybe are feeling a little bit under the weather or just can't make it to school that day, it's really easy to stay on track and really continue from what we've seen in school. And I hope that that continues into the next year, even as we get away from hybrid learning. And that's all I have to say, but thank you guys for having me on tonight.
Great job, Jenna, as always. And thank you for that perspective. Tonight we're actually going to talk further about the silver linings that we've learned as we've gone through this pandemic. And I think you've started us off by saying, there are some advantages to online and remote to have that option available if you aren't able to be there in person. So thank you for highlighting that. Directors, any questions you have for Jenna before we let her go? All right, very good. Jenna, again, thank you so much for being here tonight. We'll look forward to seeing you in the near future as well. Take care. Next on our agenda is the superintendent report. Interim Superintendent Wise.
Directors, thank you. We have several of us that are going to be sharing a little bit tonight. And as we start off and think about where we are right now, the silver linings, you heard it from Coach Ortiz and the Thunder Ridge basketball team, resiliency. We've had to show perseverance. We've had to adapt and respond. We've adjusted from being in hybrid to remote to full in person and honestly still managing the quarantines and positive cases. And reality is we're going to share a little bit of our COVID data because, we also want to make sure we understand that in these times of positive cases, we're still partnering with Tri-County. So in some realities that we are facing, we've had our share of positive cases, but that impact on us is, as you hear from Jenna, we're managing it. Our substitute rates are doing great. In fact, we're under 200, which is below what our normal would be in a normal year. But with that said, we've also had to balance that resiliency of number of students quarantined, and also now schools starting to be impacted with the number of cases with that piece. So I'm going to have Matt Reynolds come on and speak a little bit about current state of where we are, just as a reminder, and then also share more on some of those positives that we are continuing to see and endure within this. Matt?
This is Matt Reynolds, Curriculum, Instruction, and Assessment Officer. Mr. Reynolds, are you there?
Good evening. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can, sir. Go ahead.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Data has been always an interesting conversation for us. And I do want to touch on a few things before we actually get into the dial metrics. One of the things that, as we've discovered throughout this year, as we work through all of our processes, we always have opportunities to improve. One of those things that we've discovered in these last few weeks is in regards to our dial metrics that are up on our website. This last couple of weeks with having high schools full back in and having secondary schools, including middle schools, back in, we've noticed that our dial metrics are something that we have to improve our structures and supports in order to make sure that that data gets up there in a more timely fashion. And so that's some of the projects that we're going to be working on in the near future. With the students back full in person, we know that the staff that we typically have relied on to support us with the data entry are now answering directly to quarantine situations and contact tracing. While it's a benefit for us to have targeted contact tracing, it makes it more challenging for us to be able to do that in a responsive manner. So most of our energy has been put into, responding to these. And so we're going to have to go back to the drawing board on some of our processes to make sure that when we have those metrics up on our website, that we can make those more available to our stakeholder groups. Let's go back to the dial metrics. There's a few things that are of note. Perfect. Thank you very much. I've kept those two rows of 7-day highlighted. This is something that I continue to monitor along with the 14-day. As you will notice in the future graphs, our data has been inching upwards ever so slightly since about February. And this is a community-wide trend that we're seeing, specifically in rows A through E. Those are the broader community numbers that we're seeing this increase. This data is as of yesterday. If I were to put up today's data, we would see those numbers elevated even more. For example, row A, the 7-day cumulative incidence rate is listed here as 203. Today is 210. So it's an ever so slight increase from day to day. You'll also notice that the 7-day cumulative incident rate is more than half of the 2-week cumulative incidence rate. That gives us an indication, just one viewpoint of what the trending data is looking like. Let's move on to the next slide, please. So here is a graphical representation. One of the things to notice about this graphical representation is the plot at the very bottom of the page. You'll notice since about February, about the very beginning of February, our green line, which is Douglas County, has been above our other two counties of Adams and Arapahoe. It's, that variation of us being above is different than what we've seen previously. I'll thank you for zooming in for people that have old eyes like mine. So you'll notice that towards the end of this, that we see that our line is above our other two counties. Now, also notice at the very end, you see that data point, that line go up at the very end, and that's part of the data that we're monitoring. Now, it's nowhere near where we were back in October, November, December, and so we're going to continue to monitor that over time. Next slide, please. This is the 7-day incidence rate, and you can see that we have pretty much maintained this elevated stance above our other two counties over the last just better part of 2 months. Now, it's not a large gap, but it's a gap that's big enough and consistent enough that it causes us to ask some more questions. Next slide, please. A few things of note here. This was polled as of yesterday. This row G, which is the trend of the 2-week incidence rate for youth age 5 to 18, polling that data as of today, we've moved from green good to now medium yellow. We've moved from a negative percentage to now 41.6%. And you can see at the bottom, notice that our green line is elevated. That's consistent with our community-wide spread. So generally speaking, when we see spread in our community, we also see spread in the ages of people that are in our school system. And so that's something that we pay attention to. I am going to turn this over to Nancy Ingalls, our personalized learning officer, to provide a little bit more context on the data and also the situation that Interim Superintendent Wise was just mentioning. Nancy?
Thank you, Mr. Reynolds. Good evening, board directors. As you may recall, the CDPHE defines an outbreak in schools as 2 or more positive cases in a classroom or student group that come from separate households. And so in schools, when there are multiple cases that lead to an outbreak or more than one outbreak, the epidemiologists at Tri-County Health Department review that data very closely. In the last 2 weeks in Douglas County, we have seen an increase in positive cases among students that are secondary age, our middle schools and high schools. One location of concern right now is Mountain Vista High School. And the Mountain Vista community was informed today that beginning tomorrow, under the direction of Tri-County Health Department, they will transition to remote learning for their classes because they have exceeded the threshold of 5 or more outbreaks in the school. At this time, we will continue to work with Tri-County to determine what that means for other school activities and aspects of school. But for now, classes will be remote beginning tomorrow.
Thanks, Nancy. And, we share that in the sense that, as you think about this year, we predicted that we'd have positive cases, we'd have quarantines. Working with Tri-County in this instance, they did move one of our schools to remote. It's for 14 days. We'll be working with them and continuing to partner with them about what that looks like for students and their return, and also those co-curricular and extracurricular activities. But in that piece, just like this entire year, our students and teachers have adjusted to transitioning. So when you look at that resiliency and preparation, it's not necessarily wanted. It's not where we'd like to have it. We want to continue to ask for help on those ends, that if you have symptoms, stay home. Similar to what Jenna said, that we want to make sure that we get you the learning, but we also want to make sure that we try to minimize as many positive cases. But, in all of this, the good part is our vaccinations, even with positive cases for our staff, have kept teachers and staff from being quarantined. We show that even within that, the healthy side. And so that's a piece to think about. Our engagement with substitute teachers and having more than enough. We also look at the number of state qualifiers, runners-up, state champions, whether it be an FBLA, TSA, DECA, and then as we talked about tonight with some of our athletic teams also. So, we see a lot of great things. Getting out into schools, watching the learning happen, watching the students work together, being a part of things, listening to the Wish Week celebrations and those activities and making a difference for others. So, in this work of moving and ebbing and flowing, we're stronger, we're better, we're maintaining, and we're going to continue to support students and teachers with this work. So I just want you to know, as we look at all these things, that we're learning. We're going to finish strong. When we look at what we've learned and how to teach differently and how we continue that on the rest of the semester, we're building out for what that looks like for our spring events. So our District Athletics and Activities Director, Mr. Derek Cheney, is going to join us to talk a little bit about some of the next steps in our spring ceremonies and planning. As you heard with Wish Weeks and different events, we try to build school spirits and connections and making a difference along with other things. Mr. Cheney, are you with us?
Yes, can you hear me okay?
We sure can.
Okay, thanks for having me, Corey, and board. Thanks for allowing me to give an update this evening on some of the spring ceremonies and activities that are happening. So just want you to be aware, obviously we have the graduation ceremonies. They're currently being planned as we speak. And probably the biggest variable right now that we're dealing with is, where will the CDPHE dial be and what level will be on in May, right? So as you try to plan a month ahead for these, we just don't know exactly where we'll be come graduation week. Most of them are the week of May 17th. So that's the biggest variable right now, and that will affect the number of guests we can allow. At a minimum, we can have what we had last year, and that's 2 guests per graduate. Some of our graduating classes are sizes of 500 plus, and so we'll have 2 guests per graduate. If things open up and we get to another level on the dial, then we can maybe go back to what we've had before at our normal audiences and guests for graduation ceremonies and get as many people there as we want to at our stadium. So we're planning with the schools. We'll know a little bit more mid to end of April on where we stand with that with graduation. So some of our indoor graduations have moved now to Echo Park. The ones that are at DU are now at Echo Park, and we're still waiting for some others. So just want you to know we have graduation ceremonies being planned. Likewise, middle school and elementary schools are looking at hosting continuation ceremonies. We're following CDPHE outdoor event guidance for those activities and make sure we're meeting everything we need to on that. So they're able to do those continuation ceremonies. Some version of prom and after prom is being held at all of our high schools for our seniors this spring. That's the plan as we speak, at least, always subject to change, of course. But that's where we are right now is planning, and they'll look different. It won't be the traditional prom or the traditional after prom, but something to offer for our seniors at least. So we're crossing our fingers that we can still do that. Athletics are in the midst of what CHASA has called Season C. And we're, believe it or not, winding down with that in the next 2 or 3 weeks here. And then we're getting ready for Season D, which is typically our spring sports, and they will go till the end of June. So it's a little extended season this year. We follow the guidance given from CHASA and CDPHE. And finally, following that same guidance from CDPHE and CDE, we're able to continue with our activities, concerts, plays, musicals. And again, we're adjusting what we can do with those. So it's probably not the typical musical or typical plays you would see or concerts, but definitely at least an opportunity for them to perform. So that's just an update on kind of what's happening with all the spring ceremonies and activities and where we are. And, it's only April 6th, so we'll see we are towards the end of the month as we get closer to some of these activities.
And, as Mr. Cheney pointed out, the level where we're in with yellow, depending on an indoor or outdoor, that determines how many people can attend. So everything gearing up for graduations. We did have 2 of our high school graduations that were slated to be a DU inside. With the levels of number of people that could attend, made the election and choice to move back to Echo Park. All of our other graduations are outdoor, proceeding with Mr. Cheney as planned, but we're continuing to monitor what level we're in each area, and that determines how many guests and people can be there. We want to include as many as possible, but we have to work with the CDPHE and what they determine for us of what we can have. And it's adjusting. So just because we're at a spot right now, it doesn't mean we'll be at the same spot in May. We'll continue to monitor that and report out. So Mr. Cheney, thanks for sharing. Questions as we move and transition forward into the next part of our superintendent reports.
Go ahead, Director Meek.
Thanks for the update so far. Obviously, we were looking at our COVID incident rates being higher than others, and as well for the youth. So do we know why? Have you been able to work with other districts or other communities and have a why on that? And I'm guessing that's what has led to the number of outbreaks at Mountain Vista High School that's caused the school to have to go remote. And then lastly, are there other schools that are in the similar situation?
Yes, so, we were the first district to bring back middle school and high school full in person. We predicted that as you have more people back, especially of the older age, that you run the risk of more positive cases and or more exposures that will impact quarantine. When we're seeing in a few of our schools, if students are coming to school positive or any symptoms, that part of the reason why Tri-County moved Mountain Vista to remote is their determination and feeling that there are transmissions happening from student to student, that it could be happening at schools. So they want to take some time of 14 days, create time where kids are not as close proximity to each other, therefore at home. We'll continue to disinfect those schools, which we do in all of our cases, and build in next steps of what they can participate in. it's an impact. We have PSAT, SAT. We have students that are being working remotely that are not quarantined. So we're defining that. You saw Denver come back and a few other districts that are returning full in person. They also are experiencing that. And just like with all of this, as you're around each other, that potential to continue to have transmission is going to continue. And as we start to ask more, we've sent out some letters, reminders of if you have symptoms, please stay home. If you're quarantined, test. We also wonder if some of those added testing to be able to come back sooner might show more positive cases. There's times in the past where if you aren't showing or you're asymptomatic, maybe you didn't test, but you were still positive, whereas now, even if you're asymptomatic, everyone wants to test to be able to return sooner. That could increase in those positives. So in talking with Tri-County, that's those are all the possibilities. And hence, as we look at that side, we have a number of high schools and middle schools that have large quarantines and a number of positive cases. And so we'll be working with them, and they're actively monitoring our schools. They have stepped in with us. They have determined moving to remotes, and we are partnering and working with them on what that means, and also how to advocate for our students in their involvement with everything else involved in life, because they are remote and not necessarily quarantined, depending on the situation.
Director Lung?
Well, thank you for the presentations. I have a couple questions. One, do we have any programs that we're planning with Tri-County to offer vaccinations for a student that's 16 and above? Because I think according to a CDC guideline, once you're vaccinated, after the second dose, you don't have to quarantine, right? And Pfizer is approved for 16 and above. So this is question number one, we have some sort of a joint program with them. The second one is, a while ago, Ms. Ingers said that the Tri-County is the one who moved Mountain Vista to remote. What is the criteria for Tri-County to issue an order for the school district to move our school to remote, which is out of your control or our control, right?
Yep. So I'm going to have Nancy, Ms. Ingles, join us to answer this. To your first question, we actually reached out to our partners, Kaiser and others, to talk about setting up vaccinations for students and see if we can do that again. Right now, they're opening it up to 16 and over. And you're right, Pfizer's the only one that is for 16 and older. We're going to continue to see if we could set up some vaccination sites for students. Right now, they're asking that anyone 16 or older that's in that 2 group to go through the normal process. So we're starting that work to be proactive, starting it to let them know that to be full in person, it sure would help to get those vaccinations started, especially if we can get them sooner than later so we have that second vaccination in the 14 days. So we're working on it, we're trying, but again, I think with the opening to everyone now, the line is long. So we're proactively partnering to try to see what we can do. Nancy, I don't know if you want to add more to that between you and Amanda, Mrs. Thompson, but if you can also share the criteria in which is used to move a school to remote.
Absolutely. I think that you covered vaccinations really well. All of the providers in the community that do carry the Pfizer vaccine, which is the one that is approved for 16 and older, have links on their websites for families to register their children and get on those lists for vaccines. Regarding the criteria for closing schools, the public health department does have the authority to ask a school to close based on certain criteria, just as they would have a restaurant close or a child care close. And the criteria that they use is in the CDPHE cases and outbreaks guidance. There are several different criteria that could be met. The criteria that we have met in this case is 5 or more outbreaks in one school.
Okay. Any other questions on this before we move to our unfinished learning plan, an extended learning plan?
Thank you, Mr. Wise. Let's go ahead and move ahead.
Okay. I'm going to ask our Assistant Superintendent, Mr. Ted Knight, to jump in. And as we get going, He'll be sharing his work with our committee and schools and next steps. Mr. Knight?
Thank you, Mr. Wise. Good evening.
Mr. Knight, we're kind of having you chop in and chop out, so I don't know. We have a little audio issues with you right now.
We look to combat some unfinished learning with our extended learning plan.
Hey,
We can go to,
Mr. Knight, we didn't hear you. We're starting to hear you now, but you've been going in and out that we really didn't hear any of what you said. Can you see if we can adjust that and try one more time?
my apologies. Can you hear me now, Corey?
Yes, we can.
Great. Okay. Thanks, Corey. Good evening, President Ray, members of the board. Coming to you again this week to share with you an update on where we are with the committee's work on our extended learning plan to combat the unfinished learning that may have occurred with some of our students. We continue to have a focus group that meets weekly, as well as some breakout groups that are focusing on individual aspects of our plan. What you see here is a slide that is just a summary of the data that is out there on interrupted formal education. So as we work to get specific data on our students, we are using research data based on what we know about students' unfinished learning in times of interrupted formal education. So you'll see there, focusing primarily on math and reading, we are assuming that most students during the last year of the COVID crisis have learned approximately 2/3 of what they should have learned in math and 4/5 of what they should have learned in reading. Again, we are getting updated formative assessment data from our teachers in our schools to find out exactly what that is for each and every child. But on average, that is what we are assuming when we're making our plan to combat this unfinished learning. We also know that students who maybe are on free and reduced lunch are students with an IEP, students that have English as a second language, that if they had learning gaps prior to COVID, those learning gaps are most likely exacerbated. In addition, we know that students that come from poverty might have been impacted even more with COVID. They might have been students who at home might have had food insecurity, might have had parents who were unemployed, or might have had limited family support with parents working second and third jobs. So we are approaching this, as we do all things, through an equity lens and making sure that those students who might have the largest impact from COVID get the largest amount of support. We also know from the same body of research some of the interventions that have worked historically. And that's a responsive curriculum with programmatic accommodations, which you will see in our plan. Social emotional supports. We know that students cannot learn if they aren't feeling safe and mentally well. We know that we have to engage the community and work with parents and wrap services around these students, which you will see. And we have to make sure that we have some efficacy in knowing that these students will be able to finish their learning and continue to move forward in their schooling. Next slide, please. So this is some of the data that we are looking at as a committee and that individual schools are looking at. We do have iReady middle of year data, and we will be getting end of year data soon. We do have some CMAS and access data from past years and when we receive this year's data. But we are also looking at data outside of formal academic setting. We're looking at attendance data. We're looking at data we have from a social emotional lens, academic referrals into either maybe a child study team or a special education referral. We're looking at behavioral referrals, as well as just general observations of student engagement. We know that we have student engagement on every part of the spectrum. And so teachers, grade levels, content area teams, and schools are looking at this menu of data as we are making decisions on where students are at and what services they might need. Next slide, please. So we know that the community and the board are eager to see examples of what we've been doing and what type of data we've been using. So what I'm going to do is just go through two simple examples. These are not all encompassing of everything we're looking at, but it will give you an idea of some of the work that we've done. So we know that one-to-one tutoring is one of the best interventions that we can implement following uninterrupted formal education. So these are the number of referrals that were received as of last week for this one-on-one tutoring that we've been provided. And you can see in the upper 300s for elementary and middle, and the upper 200s for high school. Next slide, please. And here are the academic outcomes that we've seen from that tutoring. So only 8 students showing no improvement, 53 showing slight improvement, and you can see a couple hundred some improvement, and 110 students showing significant improvement. So we know from this data that that intervention that we've had going on during the COVID crisis of identifying students who might need individual one-on-one tutoring, matching them with staff members who have volunteered or told us that they wanted to tutor these students, has had great impact on the student learning for our students. And although we don't have specific data to it, I would guess has really helped the relationships, the engagement, and the mental wellness of our students working one-on-one with some of our great teachers. So when we see data like this, this tells us this is an intervention that we need to continue, that we need to try to expand upon and add more resources to. Next slide. Similarly, this is a data on our home visits. So as again, we've identified very similarly students who would benefit from home visits and staff members who are interested in doing home visits. You can see at the elementary and middle school, as well as the high school there on the right, that we have a very high success rate of visiting and engaging with families who have been referred for a home visit. You can see out of 122 elementary and middle school referrals, we were able to meet with 71 of those families, and same thing at high school, 37 out of 68. And that was over the course of this year. Next slide, please. And then again, this is just a further breakdown of the data, again, through an equity lens. Are we referring the students who need the most support, and are we meeting them with them? So this is a breakdown by ethnicity, where you can see the amount of referrals that were made at each level. Next slide, please. And finally, the data that supports whether or not the home visits worked. So you can see 61% of the students or families where we did a home visit and engaged with that family showed improvement, and 39% did not improve. So again, this is the data that tells us we need to continue home visits and put resources towards and expand those services as we move through the next 18 months. Next slide, please. So you might be asking how we are going to find the money in tight budget years to keep some of these interventions going, or to expand on those that are working but need to reach more kids. So this is just a quick overview of ESSER 2 and ESSER 3 funds. I believe the board has been briefed on those before, and CFO Kataska can help us dive into here if we need to a little further. But we know that we still have ESSER 2 funds available that have been, along with other funds, supporting some of these interventions. And within the next 2 weeks, we have to submit our application for ESSER 3 funds. ESSER 3 funds are a little tighter. We actually have to submit a plan. We have to say what we're going to be doing. It has to be systemic. It has to be research-based. If we go to the next slide, it has to be supplementing, not supplanting some of the work that we're doing. And the federal government basically has to approve that, and then we need to be able to demonstrate that these interventions have worked. So next steps, we are going to continue using the feedback from leaders to complete our district application. We have done 4 different engagement sessions with all of our principals as well as our district department leaders, giving them a very similar presentation to what you've seen here so they have the background, and then asking them for feedback. What do you see as working? What do you see as obstacles? We've looked at everything from how do we provide lunch for these students when they come in over summer school, to how do we provide transportation for our most marginalized students, what schools can have summer programs, you name it. We've looked at the operations side, we've looked at the academic side, and we'll continue to use that feedback from leaders to finalize that application. We are going to, with summer school being the most urgent, continue working with building and central office leaders to finalize summer school programs. They are most likely going to have to be regional. COO Cosgrove has quite a busy summer with a lot of bond work going on, and we are finding ways to make sure we don't interrupt that bond work while also really meeting the needs of our students over summer school. So we are finalizing all the locations, transportation for those regional summer school programs. We have a focus group continuing to work on the recruitment of staff. We know that our staff have given everything and more over the last year, and many of them might be looking
Mr. Knight, we lost your audio. Mr. Knight, hang on. Somehow we lost your audio. You're still muted.
Into how do we notify parents, and how do we continue gathering feedback from teachers and other stakeholders on the efficacy of our plan moving forward. Next slide. All right, I will now open it up for any questions that you may have about our current work or where we see our extended learning plan going over the next 18 months or so.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Knight. Thank you for that comprehensive overview in terms of the data that's supporting the need, as well as the things that are working well that we will continue to replicate, it sounds like, during the summer. Mr. Knight, it sounds like the pathway for a student who needs these additional opportunities is a referral through the school. Is there an opportunity for a parent, and how do they do that, to initiate and say, I think my child needs this additional support or this additional opportunity?
I think that's a great question, Director Ray. At this point, we believe our main avenue will be those school level teams really looking at a body of evidence. But I think that's a great idea, and in our communication focus group where we're looking at.
Whoops, we lost you again, Ted. Sorry, or Mr. Knight. We lost you one more time here. Still no audio, Mr. Knight. One more time.
Can you hear me now, Director Ray?
Yes, we can. Thank you, Mr. Knight. Go ahead.
Okay. My apologies. I will go kick my son off Xbox here. No, I think that's a great question, Director Ray. Our initial approach was that schools, child study teams, and through our professional learning communities, our PLC groups, would identify students through a body of evidence. But we also have a communications focus group that is working on gathering feedback from parents. And I think we could easily integrate in some type of ask for parents that if we haven't identified your student, but you're seeing something at home, maybe that we aren't, and you would like to request one of these interventions, I think that'd be a great idea.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Knight. Director Chancho Shore, you have a question?
Yes, thank you. I have two questions. One specifically is regarding transportation. I heard you refer to that a little bit. So I think you were saying that transportation would be available regionally. Students would be transported from wherever they are in the district to the regional area that will be having the opportunity. Is that correct?
So that is our plan. We know our traditional bus routes with our bus drivers on 70 passenger buses are most likely going to be utilized by our extended students with needs. What we are looking at is, can we use our white fleet with trained teachers or other staff members to do more of a regional And so we're working through that, and we are very able to do that more regional shuttle system to get students to the regional for their summer school opportunities.
Very good, thank you. Director
My
Holtzman?
other,
Oh, sorry.
thank you. My other question was around the special education support and needs. And would you like to emphasize how that will occur?
Mr. Knight, we're losing you again. And you, looks like you're frozen, Mr. Knight? Still can't hear you, Mr. Knight?
Can you hear me now, Director Ray?
Yes, we can hear you now, sir. Please go ahead.
Okay, my apologies. I might ask for Nancy Ingalls to talk a little bit about some of our specific programs for special education. We are collaborating with the personalized learning department on those programs.
Very good. Mrs. Ingalls, personalized learning officer. Go ahead, Mrs. Ingalls.
Yes, so the team that Mr. Knight is working with in planning does include special education representatives. It's important to remember that the use of ESSER funds needs to be for instruction or programming that is supplemental and not to supplant what we're already doing. So anything offered through this extension of learning would be open to students with IEPs, just as other students, based on the data collection methods to identify who these things might be offered to. But other things that happen, such as extended school year, will continue to happen. So the things that Mr. Knight is talking about and describing are not going to be a substitute for or replace any other special education services that our students with IEPs receive.
Director Holtzman, you have a question. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to clarify. I'm assuming that everything you're talking about is including our preschool students, but I wasn't sure and I may have missed that somewhere. So just wondered how we were addressing preschool.
Thank you, Director Holtzman. Are you referencing students who might be rolling up into kindergarten? I can speak to that, and Ms. Ingalls may be able to speak to kids currently in preschool.
Yeah, both actually. So.
Mr. Knight, we lost you again. So your son must be getting some great scores on Xbox right now. So, well, yeah, Mr. Knight, we're still not hearing you.
We want to support them.
Oops, Mr. Knight. Mr. Knight.
Yes, Director Ray.
Yes, we didn't hear you. So go ahead and start from the beginning.
My apologies again. Yeah, so for our students rolling up into kindergarten, we would use similar to our other students, our school-based MTSS process to identify students who may need support. And Ms. Ingalls may be able to talk about students who are currently in preschool.
Go ahead, Ms. Ingalls.
Sure. For the ESSER funds, the extension of learning, preschool hasn't been included in those plans, primarily because preschool is not compulsory. Now, again, our students with IEPs in preschool will still have the typical opportunities over summer, such as extended school year, that they would normally have.
Very good, thank you. Director Hanson, you had a question. Please go ahead.
Director Chanto-Shore has covered my question, but thank you.
Very good, thank you. Directors, any other questions regarding the plan that Mr. Knight has laid out and Mrs. Ingalls has also elaborated on? Director Lung, go ahead.
If we can go to slide 15. So I think for all those issues of COVID, seems like we are doing something right. And I think in the slide 15 showcase the example of success, the DCSD care tutoring data. And up there seems like it has SPEC, which is 22.3%, SPEC 504, 4.1%, and ELD, which is English as a second learner, I believe, which is 5.2%, and even gift and talented student is included, which is 0.8%. So, Mr. Lai, could you describe this chart a little bit so we understand a little bit about what kind of success we have so far and what kind of engagement for all those groups that you described in this pie chart? And of course, we'll continue to do that, but I think it needs to celebrate a little bit about what we have done to help the student. Thank you.
Yes, you bring up a great point, Director Long. Knowing that, on average, students may only learn 2/3 of the math that they needed to during times of uninterrupted formal education, we didn't wait to start these interventions. We started them the minute that we were able to kind of work through the COVID crisis here. So what you see with this chart is the percentage of students, and if they were, a student with an IEP, a student with a 504, a gift student, a second language student, or a general education student. So when you look at this, 651 of the students who received one-on-one tutoring were students within our education population, whereas 50 students who are
Mr. Knight, we've lost you again. Mr. Knight, we still don't have audio? No audio?
actually had.
Okay, Mr. Knight, we're still having some technical difficulties with your audio. Still don't hear.
Can you hear me now, Director?
Yes, Mr. Knight. Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, yes, it is definitely a celebration here when you look at the tutoring work that's been able to happen during the year to make sure that our students' unfinished learning was limited. Whether they were a general education student, a student on an IEP, or a student who's gifted and talented, if they were identified as needing extra support, we were able to provide that for them.
And Director Holtzman, final question on this section. Please go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. I just wanted to follow up on my last question, and this might be for Ms. Ingalls, I'm not sure, but I'm really thinking about our preschool students in particular in the Child Find program, and understanding that our funds must supplement, not supplant. I'm just wondering, I just know that there's probably some needs that were unmet, or at least not met in the same way that they would normally be met during COVID of our youngest learners, and those that get speech and language pathology, that sort of thing. And I'm just wondering if we're allocating dollars for the Child Find program and for those youngest learners. And I may just not be understanding the answer, so.
Go ahead, Mrs. Ingalls.
So Child Find does evaluations for children birth to age 5. And so throughout the pandemic, from the very beginning, our Child Find teams have continued to do evaluations and work with families. They've done some virtual, they've done some hybrid, and they've done some in person. When a child from 0 to 3 qualifies for services, we work with developmental pathways to provide those services, and that has continued to also happen throughout the pandemic. Our preschool students have been served. We have had an e-learning option for those who chose e-learning, as well as in-person for preschool. Those students who are on an IEP in the preschool age, those IEP teams have monitored those students very closely. And if there are situations where progress hasn't been made as expected, those IEP teams are addressing those situations individually.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Nancy. All right, directors, we're going to move on to Mr. Wise, your next topic. And I just want to again thank Mr. Knight and Ms. Ingalls for the great work and the progress. And really, we may be seeing some support systems that will be continual from year to year as opposed to just because of COVID. So this is exciting things. Thank you so much. Mr. Wise.
Absolutely. I'm going to invite one of our executive directors of schools, Mr. Danny Windsor, in to talk a little more about where we are with the 21-22 school planning for remote learning. Mr. Windsor?
Thank you, Mr. Wise. Appreciate it. Good evening, Board of Directors. It's a pleasure to get you an opportunity to provide you an update of where we are with our DCSD remote learning for the 21-22 school year. So did have an opportunity to share a memo with you that hopefully provides some initial detail, but really wanted to provide a general overview of kind of where we are in this process. One, we wanted to evaluate and make sure that we actually were going to provide a remote learning option for our students and our family for the upcoming year. Part of that process and reviewing that over the past month was really to try to get a good understanding of kind of what has been working, what is needed, and really what was the scale of this program was going to look like, all with the guys to ensure that we were trying to minimize to the greatest extent possible for teachers to have to teach both in person and remote learning. And that really was a foundation of looking at this programming moving forward and how do we create this as seamless as possible for our students to be able to access this remote learning opportunity as well. To really get a better gauge of kind of what this program was looking like, a key part of this was really to develop an interest survey to get an idea of how much interest there was from our families of those that might have an interest. And again, this is just an interest survey going into the 21-22 school year that would like to either continue or do remote learning. And when I say remote learning, that means fully online, daily synchronous learning that was there. A part of this process was not only getting the survey out there to our families, but also the opportunity to meet with teachers, groups of leaders in the district as well, to really evaluate what has been working and what could we do to continue to move forward to make sure we're meeting the needs of each of our students. After getting the survey out, we had identified that were 577 individuals that had demonstrated interest in e-learning. And based off of that, we wanted to get an idea then of what potentially could that programming look like and how could we potentially try to pull that e-learning opportunity off our schools' plates and an opportunity to be able to own that. And so we began going through that process to get feedback from those within the district and really understand what would be the scale and what would be the financial impacts and what would it look like from a staffing model to truly understand what this programming may look like. And so we created a model of what this looked like. And I really have to say thank you, I think, to our human resource team, our budget team, our personalized learning department, GT, ELD, curriculum instruction, IT, our other EDOS and other partners at the school level to really get a good gauge of what this was. And obviously this past year, we did see some impact on enrollment, which also then impacts displaced teachers. And so as we were going through this process, we thought this also might be a great opportunity for us to provide an opportunity for any of our displaced teachers or teachers who needed additional accommodations to potentially have the opportunity to teach in this program and really to highlight that this remote learning program is going to be underneath kind of the umbrella of EDCSD. And so to put some context to this is we're going to use EDCSD in two realms. We have EDCSD blended and EDCSD remote. The blended is what has looked, EDCSD blended is what EDCSD has looked like for a very long time, where students have the opportunity to go online, also have some in person, where we have EDCSD remote, which is this fully remote version, which is this one-year transition-only program. And so we had sent some information out through our communications team to our families to fully understand what that looked like for our families as well, with some very key commitments that our students would have to make, and then some key commitments our families would have to make. And the initial messaging was out there was to provide this as a one-year full commitment program that was there. And we're going to continue to keep evaluating what those things look like. And so we've spent a significant amount of time over the past month and really have established a tentative timeline. And so if I can go to the next slide, I can walk you through what some of that tentative timeline looks like. And again, there are a lot more details that are within this timeline that we're not going to go into great depth with, but just to give a general oversight. And so we've spent a significant amount of time as a collective team within our cabinet and within the school level to, again, to be able to process what this may look like. We're currently already posting positions that are out there, knowing that this is an identified need. As we go further in the timeline, there will be a second window to talk about the intent to enroll, and we'll give more details about that. But we are already working on getting positions posted so we can start really setting a good foundation. We're about 5 months out from, well, 4 months out or so from starting a new school year. And we really want to make sure that this process is wrapped up towards the end of this year so we can help onboard students and onboard teachers as well and onboard families through this process. We have spent a significant amount of time with our personalized learning department to really look at the disaggregated data. We've been able to identify students who would need additional special education programming, ELD-based services, GT-based services, read plan services, and so forth, and really scale that out to truly understand how do we staff a model to ensure, as we build master schedules in advance, to ensure that those additional supports can be integrated into the student's experience as well. We've also created a working spreadsheet as well that we've been able to share with our leaders in our buildings. So as they're doing master scheduling planning, they could get an idea of what potential impact would be like, but not necessarily make final plans based off of that. We've also been working with our district technology team to talk about what devices and supports may need to look like as well, and also look at about supports that might need to be there for our students who may need to access technological support too. We're currently, again, screening applicants as well. We're continuing, I just met with Mark Blair's IT team to ensure that there's a intent to enroll process that families are familiar with, that they can go through that process. And we're going to continue to keep providing those updates to leaders. Next slide. So as you can see within this process, it's a pretty kind of phased process is going through there. I do want to highlight the yellow that is there on the screen as well. So on April 26th through May 9th, there is a survey that's going to be an intent to enroll survey. We're going to get out to our communication, and we'll lead up with communications to our families to let them know about this. But we're going to be asking our families to actually create a mark within the survey, an intent to enroll in this EDCSD remote learning program, so we can start finalizing our staffing model moving into the summer as well. Our hope is to try to make sure this staffing is completed prior to the end of the school year or right at the beginning of summer, to ensure that we provide all the professional learning for staff that are involved, as well as get initial messaging out to our families as well. So we're really encouraging our families to be on the lookout for that information so we can start planning that process. And then as you can see, we have some very focused dates to continue to get communication out to our families, but also ensure that we're reviewing the specific needs of the program. And so I will stop there, and obviously would love to answer any questions that are there, but we've really tried to make sure that this was a very collaborative process and intentional to make sure that we are taking care of our students, taking care of our families, and taking care of our teachers, and making sure that there is a clear, distinct program for e-learning or for remote learning moving forward, and really trying to separate from the school and really making sure that funding is not tied to the school and that it is, again, a self-sustained funding-based program. And really want to thank Interim Superintendent Wise and our CFO, Kate Kataska, to help that happen as well, too.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Windsor, for that overview, and love it that we're going through a program like EDCSD that we've had for years and years. And I think people forget that we've mastered this whole notion of remote for quite some time. So I'm thrilled, and I know you put an accolade in there for Greg Wiley, the director of DCSD, who I know has been instrumental as well. So thank you for that. Directors, any questions about the overview of the distinct remote planning? And I do want to just clarify, Mr. Windsor, one thing. I know, so it sounds like that if you're committed to remote, we won't be turning that back over to the schools. However, we also don't want to send a message that our teachers won't have to do some of that, because we still have the issues of quarantining when there may be some need for a teacher to still do the live streaming into their classroom. But if you're committed to solely remote for the year, that's a whole independent program than what a teacher would need to be responsible for in our neighborhood schools. Is that correct?
Yeah, I appreciate that clarification. And when I said to the greatest extent possible to minimize the teaching remote as well as in person, it really was specifically around that quarantine process, not knowing 100% what that looked like, but it really would be a separate program where teachers would not be doing both and embedded in their classroom and having them live stream. It really would be pulled out. We'd actually hire our own staffing for this particular building and families would make that year-long commitment so students aren't bouncing in and out of the programs and having to try to manage that as well. So thanks for that clarification. And I do appreciate your message to highlight Greg Wiley as well. He has done an incredible job, not only as far as himself, but also his staff. And so huge kudos to Greg and his team as well.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Windsor. Directors, other questions? All right, seeing none, Mr. Windsor, thank you so much. Well done, and carry on. And we're looking forward to good things for next year for our students to have some options.
Thank you so much.
All right,
So at this point, I just want to, just point out one last thing. Mr. Windsor, along with HR and including special education, has already gone through the general ed funding to be able to post. And today, they also went through with our special education teams to identify students' needs and have staffing for special education called out. Hence, as he said, we're going to have separate staffing to be able to share and to make sure we do this well. He's done a nice job in partnering with that. So this time, thank you very much, and we will move on to our next board topic.
Thank you, Mr. Wise, again. All right, our next agenda item, directors, is school capacity and boundary analysis, outreach, and recommendations for urgent scenarios for Franktown Elementary School and Prairie Crossing Elementary School. And to start off with introductions, we have Mr. Cosgrove, Chief Operating Officer, along with some great friends to help him with this presentation. Mr. Cosgrove, I'll let you do some introductions.
Thank you, directors. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity. With me, we do have a great team, an experienced team. As you just mentioned, we have Michelle Major, the chair of our Long Range Planning Committee. We have Brad Geiger, the Boundary Subcommittee chair within the Long Range Planning Committee. We have Shannon Bingham, our boundary consultant from Western Demographics. We have Derek Sturch, our planning manager. And certainly we have Danny Windsor, our executive director at schools. Before we start, I simply want to restate the purpose of this is to provide the information, the data gathered from our community outreach, the staff recommendations based on the implementation process and considerations, and most importantly, the Long Range Planning Committee, their analysis of the scenarios and recommendation. And at this point, I would like to turn it over to Michelle Major.
Good evening. I'd like to thank the Board of Education for having the Long Range Planning Committee here tonight to present our recommendations. I'm going to get started and move through this as quickly as possible. The Long Range Planning Committee on the next slide has been reviewing school capacity and boundaries over the last several years. It's an ongoing process. And most recently, we were looking at 2 locations in the district at Franktown Elementary School and at Prairie Crossing Elementary School. And as part of this process, we reached out to the community and got their feedback on various scenarios that we could potentially implement to manage capacity at those schools. So looking at boundary changes in particular. And on the next slide, I'm going to focus in on Franktown Elementary School first. This location was a little bit more straightforward, and Franktown Elementary School was built in 1980, and it depends on a water or well for water and a septic system. And so that really creates a firm limit on the capacity at that school. Currently, they have 102% of their ideal capacity. And if we look forward 5 years, it's projected to be at 136% of its ideal capacity if no changes are made. So at this point, the Long Range Planning Committee identified 2 scenarios, 5A and 5D, that there'll be maps later presented by staff showing those specific areas. And they would move students out of Franktown Elementary School and into adjacent schools that have capacity. And one of the benefits of scenario 5D is it does move a number of housing units that haven't been built yet. So those students have not yet shown up and begun attending Franktown Elementary School, which is always preferred. Next, I'm going to move into our other location that the Long Range Planning Committee investigated on the next slide. We have the East Planning Area, and it centers around Prairie Crossing Elementary School at the center. And that school continues to be above ideal capacity. And over the next few years, we'll continue to see more growth due to new housing developments generating new students. And it's not isolated to Prairie Crossing Elementary School. The Chaparral Feeder area has several elementary schools that are at or above capacity and projected to be that way for the next 5 years. So if we don't implement a boundary change and we don't have an option, well, I guess if we don't have an option to build a new elementary school, and if we don't have other solutions, the next step is that we do need to implement a boundary change in Prairie Crossing Elementary School. It's not going to solve the boundary or the capacity problem, but it will help balance the enrollment. And this next slide that we're going to see has 2 maps. The map on the left has the current, jumped ahead. These are our formal recommendations that come from, sorry, you can go back to that previous, or did we jump to? No, we are supposed to.
Ms. Major, which slide would you like? Is that the slide you want that's showing the
I was
same?
expecting the map to come up next on my slide.
Okay, if we could show the
on my
map.
slide deck.
Yep, the map. There we go. Thank you.
That one. Thank you. So the map on the left has our current percentage of ideal enrollment across the Chaparral feeder area. You can see all the schools. The school circled in yellow is Prairie Crossing. And then on the right, the map shows 5 years into the future, the projected percentage of ideal enrollment. And you can see we're currently at 133%, and we're projected to go all the way up to 156% of ideal capacity if no changes are made. So it is definitely a need to implement boundary changes to balance that enrollment across that Chaparral feeder area. And if I can go to the next slide. Okay, the Long Range Planning Committee has formal recommendations that we put forth to the Board of Education. And these recommendations were made following research, following community outreach. And at that point, the Long Range Planning Committee found that 16A and 16B were both very positive solutions. And it also determined that 16E and 16F had some complexities that we didn't fully understand. And we really wanted to refer them to staff to be investigated and better understood. So that's kind of when these came about. And if we can move on, I'm going to discuss 16A and B briefly, and then some of the complexities of 16E and F. So the next slide, 16A and B were both really favorable because they move students from our current overcrowded Prairie Crossing Elementary to adjacent elementary schools that have capacity, and it's projected that they will have capacity for the next 5 years. And if we move on to the next slide, 16E is a neighborhood that's existing that currently attends Prairie Crossing Elementary School. 16E should be, there we go. The Bradbury Ranch neighborhood currently attends Prairie Crossing Elementary School, and it would move about 85 students to Pine Grove Elementary School. However, there was extremely strong opposition from the community when we went to community outreach, and there'll be further details about that from our consultant when he presents. And in the next scenario with 16F, which had complexities also, it was an unbuilt, there's going to be a map in a second, there's an unbuilt area in 16F scenario. And these houses in Newland Crossing and in Carousel Farms have not yet been built. And so the advantage to reassigning these students that would show up at Prairie Crossing, reassigning them to Pine Grove Elementary before they show up would be that there would be less impact on those families because they haven't yet begun to enroll in schools because the houses haven't been built. But there are more uncertainties about how the housing development will build out in the time frame, the number of students, and the complexities of vehicular and pedestrian access that will be discussed by staff when they give their presentation. And the next slide, we wanted to give a little bit of background about some of the capacity or some of the capacity issues and background. This isn't the slide I was expecting. I'm going to go ahead and move forward. It should be one before that.
One more back.
The first capacity issue would be mobiles. In our ideal capacity numbers, they do not include mobile seats. And currently we have at Prairie Crossing Elementary School has 5 mobiles on site, and they're all being used for student classrooms. And Pine Grove Elementary School has 4 mobiles on site, and 3 of those are being used for student classrooms. So that is additional seats that aren't accounted for in that ideal capacity. The second component to capacity is choice enrollment. We anticipate that it's typical to have about 15% of students at a school coming from choice enrollment. Prairie Crossing has 8%, and Pine Grove Elementary has 33% coming from choice enrollment. Another component that's part of this discussion is the boundary capture rate. The Chaparral feeder area has a unique opportunity where they have lots of charter schools in the area, and it's estimated that 50% of the students within a boundary area actually end up attending the school in their designated feeder elementary school. And then that means that 50% choose to utilize going to another elementary school, whether that be charter or a different neighborhood school. So there's a lot of choice and movement. That means that all of the students from that new housing development, very likely, if they follow this existing trend, might not enroll at the neighborhood school. And one last slide we have is that the Long Range Planning Committee would like to bring to the attention of the Board of Education. We are aware of occasional individuals coming to staff with concerns about boundary anomalies. So things that are very small, detailed boundary issues that may have been drawn decades ago and now maybe don't make as much sense as they once did. So we'd like to recommend that a process be developed for addressing and processing those requests in an equitable and consistent manner. And we determined that kind of an anomaly would be something that is more like a peninsula or an island that doesn't follow the norm of the boundaries in an area. And so that was a request to the Board of Education that staff might be able to develop a process so we can better and consistently handle that. And that is the presentation from the Long Range Planning Committee, and I'm going to pass it off to our consultant, Shannon Bingham from Western Demographics. He led the outreach portion and was going to give a significant amount of information about that boundary outreach to the community.
Thank you, Ms. Major. Welcome, Mr. Bingham.
Well, good evening, everybody. It's a privilege to be here. The outreach process was a success. We had 12 or 13 meetings around the district. We were delighted with the participation. We had, for the most part, about 20 people at every meeting. We had a survey from which we obtained about 412 responses. So we were very satisfied with our process. We generally had faculty first meetings, and then we had a parent meeting slightly after that, the same evening. And we were able to cover a lot of ground. As far as the results go, those are not screened at the moment. But we'll start with the Franktown results, and I'll chat a little bit about some of the responses. Next slide, please.
There we go.
So basically, we had about 97 folks participate in this process, including parents, staff, and faculty. About 58% of everybody surveyed. Let's see, was she on scenario 5 alpha? Everyone's seeing 5 delta. I can cover 5 delta instead. Let's do that. So we had about 58%. Okay, so 79% of all responses on 5 alpha favored this scenario. This is very north of Body Gulch Road, where we don't really have students attending Franktown, but it's kind of an odd thumb in the boundary. And we had pretty much everybody in favor of the solution, so I won't spend much time on it. The two elementary students that do attend there already attend Northeast, and this was an opportunity for us with unanimous support to clean up the boundary. Moving on to 5 Delta, this was a portion of the cobblestone development. As Michelle mentioned, we have challenges at Franktown Elementary to be careful about controlling our enrollment there. So we're at the point at which we had one subdivision that continues to develop where we could implement a thoughtful bound change. So one of the questions that we asked people was, do they approve of the mechanism of using boundary changes to make changes? And well over 3/4 of the participants in all of the process favored that. So one of the slides back there will show that. For whoever is scrolling, we are looking for Franktown scenario 5D as in Delta. There's A, there's D. Very good. We're at the right spot. So 58% of folks that were looking at the portion of the cobblestone development north of the open space favored the change. And about 19% people marked neutral. Now, that was not as favorable in the cobblestone development itself, in which 65% of the residents north of the open space would oppose the change. They fundamentally, the existing residents, there are already 30 students in Franktown Elementary from the area, wanted to remain at Franktown. So there was about a 65% opposition on that one. The rest of the development south of the open space, about half of people favored it. 62% of other respondents elsewhere in Franktown favored it, and about 70% of respondents in general favored this alternative. Next slide, please. So this was what I talked to you about, the strategic idea. Here you can see more than 3/4 of our participants favored changing boundaries. The next slide, please. So basically, wow. Let's see. So I'll move on to scenario to so that was basically the Franktown information. So we had 2 scenarios: 5 Alpha, 5 Delta. 5 Alpha was a very simplified solution that affected very few people, and 5 Delta was the Cobblestone Ranch area. The generic response was favor for 5 Delta, but for the neighborhood residents of the Cobblestone Ranch north of the open space, they opposed the recommendation. The next scenarios address the Prairie Crossing area. And so we had 4 scenarios that we addressed in that area. 16 Alpha is a small neighborhood that is immediately north of Cherokee Trail Elementary, has about 15 students in it, and about 89% of our survey respondents recommend that attendance area, which is actually Prairie Crossing, to the closer school, which is Cherokee Trail. Prior to the pandemic, we had about 30 students there, and we have about 15. And for the most part, the support this solution was a clear majority. Moving on to the next scenario, 16 Bravo is the Sierra Ridge area, which is up close to Chambers Road, up towards the northwest corner of the Prairie Crossing area. Actually closer to Mammoth Heights by a factor of 3 times closer to Mammoth Heights. 77% of people who participated favored this scenario. Only 8% of people opposed this. And it was, the support there was fairly consistent regardless of role. I'll move on to the next scenario, which is, let's see what we get. I think it's going to be 16E, I hope. So here is 16A, which is Bradbury Ranch. And of the generic group of people that we surveyed on this, about 65% favored this scenario. Only 18% of everybody we surveyed opposed it. But of the people that were from Bradbury Ranch, they opposed this scenario. So it was very clearly focused on the neighborhood that was going to change in this case. This neighborhood was proposed for movement to Pine Grove, and we did a bit of research on pedestrian issues in this area that's in your larger packet. You can see some of the other permutations of support there on this slide. So let's go to the next slide. This slide addresses the issue of polling regarding moving sixth grade students to middle school. And we continue to consistently get 2/3 of Parker residents favoring having sixth grade in the middle school environment. We have a situation at Sierra Middle School where we also have another school that does not have municipal septic. So, or actually, I think it's the water system. I think we're on a water well there. So we have another school where we have a few capacity issues and we're short permanent classrooms. So even though it seems to be something that the community getting there would require a bit of capital construction in order to facilitate that. Let's see, what's the next slide? And this just shows some of the role preferences for the sixth grade movement. There's more of a preference for it on the part of faculty than for parents. But in general, we had pretty good coverage all over the Parker area, Stonegate, Bradbury Ranch, elsewhere in Prairie Crossing. So we had pretty good coverage on this survey question. I think that's my presentation. What additional, do we have another slide on the survey? So with that, I will turn this over to Rich and Derek to keep moving. Thanks for your attention.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Bingham. Mr. Cosgrove.
Thank you very much. And before I proceed, I do want to back up. That is the last slide showing the community outreach meetings that Shannon and the Long Range Planning Committee facilitated. Next slide, please. At this point, directors, I'd like to give the staff review. I will present findings on transportation. Executive Director of Schools Danny Windsor will discuss the programming and leadership budget and the recommendations based on the Long Range Planning Committee analysis as well as the outreach. Next slide, please. This, director, simply gives an overview of the Franktown Elementary, Northeast Elementary, Mountain View Elementary locations. We've been discussing 5A and 5D. In summary, and you'll see this on the next slide, in transportation, we have and will transport these two scenarios. Next slide, please. For 5A, there are currently no students attending Franktown from that area. There are 2 students currently attending Northeast Elementary. There will be no new routes needed because the area in blue is already being transported to Northeast and Mountain View. So we would simply use those existing routes to transport those students in 5A that would attend their new homeschool, that's Northeast and Mountain View. Next slide, please. This is 5 Delta. And this is currently bused to Franktown Elementary. We would require 1 new bus, 1 new driver at an annual cost of $46,200 for salary, benefits, fuel, maintenance, everything for that bus. And those students would then be bused to their new school of attendance, Northeast and Mountain View. Director Windsor will talk about the open enrollment process to afford those students in 5D to continue at Franktown. But since we have never and don't have the resources to double bus those students, if they chose to remain and open enroll in Franktown, would not be provided transportation. Next slide, please. If you can back up 1 slide, please. Right there, thank you. This gives a summary of the Prairie Crossing Elementary location and the schools being considered in the scenarios. We have Cherokee Trail, slightly to the northeast, Pine Grove to the north, and further to the north, Mammoth Heights Elementary. And you see the 4 scenarios. This is a very good graphic about where they are in relation to these schools in the feeder. Next slide, please. For 16A, we have 30 students in 2019. We have 15 students currently, so it has changed. These students in 16A are currently bused to Parade Crossing. This change to Cherokee Trail actually would result in that being a walking zone. In fact, the furthest distance from a residential unit in that subdivision is less than a mile to Cherokee Trail Elementary. So as a result, no route would be needed. Next slide, please. Right there, thank you. For 16B, this subdivision is currently bused into Parade Crossing. We would bus it into Mammoth Heights. We would simply repurpose that bus. So we would not require an additional driver or bus. And again, any students wanting to remain in Cherokee Trail would follow the open enrollment process, and Director Windsor will discuss that. Next slide. This slide is going to discuss transportation for two scenarios. One is 16E. There are currently 85 students. It's currently within the walk zone to Parade Crossing, and if the scenario is approved, it would be within the walk zone of Pine Grove Elementary. This is one of the scenarios that had the community concerns and opposition that the Long Range Planning Committee addressed in their resolution. For 16F, this is unbuilt, it's undeveloped. So we do anticipate 120 students. Students will be arriving, we forecast, in the 22-23 school year. And it is currently in the walk zone to Parade Crossing and would be in the walk zone to Pine Grove. This shows how consolidated these schools are in that feeder, and in fact, how much the residential growth is coming because of the capacity concerns being discussed now. So I hope that answers your question on transportation. At this point, I'd like to turn it over to Planning Manager Derek Sturtz, who will discuss some build-out issues and approaches with 16F. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Rich. Thank you, directors. So what you're seeing here is the preliminary plan for Newland Crossing in this area. The highlighted area on the left is the same as the red circle noted on the right, and this is ultimately vehicular access is the sticking point in this development. So the vehicular access through the neighborhood is non-existent, not being planned for. Across 16E and 16F horizontally, there is a large detention area that disconnects these neighborhoods. It has existed for a while. We have engaged the town of Parker. We have engaged also the Douglas County Traffic Division and are now working through the Stone Cape Metro Village through conversations about what vehicular access looks like here. Trail access, pedestrian access is planned for through sidewalks and open space. But the vehicular access becomes the sticking point where it's a very circuitous, or in another terms, roundabout way to drive your kids out of this area to Pine Grove. You'd either have to go through Main Street up Chambers all the way around to Lincoln, or on the other side from Main Street up to Jordan to Stonegate Parkway. So this development is 12 months off from first houses actually being started there. So we have some time to work with all of the different jurisdictions and ownership in this area to look for a possible vehicular connection or solutions therefore. Next slide. I will bring Danny Windsor in on this. This is to the programming impacts, the collaboration, budget, and enrollment. Danny?
Thank you, Mr. Sturtz. I appreciate it. Good evening again, Board of Directors. Just again, wanted to provide a general update. I think the general consensus for us is, one, this had to be a very collaborative process. I think this process began actually towards February, if I remember right, towards the middle of February, and began the process of soliciting feedback from not only each staff that's going to be impacted in each one of these scenarios, and that's beyond Franktown and beyond Prairie Crossing, but it was also the additional schools that could be impacted from additional enrollment coming to them as well. but really was the opportunity to get feedback from the individual schools, from our teachers, as well as our family. And a part of this process is one to really not only evaluate the capacity component, but also what does that capacity potentially do to impacting for programming as well. And in a lot of these different scenarios, you'll see that there very much needs to potentially be a phased approach to be able to address those capacity issues that we're seeing. I do want to give a lot of credit to our principals for being very intentional with their site-based budgets, to be very aware of the potential impacts that were there. From a budgeting standpoint, our budgets were due much earlier than this process is being finalized. And one of the components we wanted to ensure and be aware of is the timing of this decision and potentially impacts it could have on a site-based budget, which really directly impacts staffing within a building, which impacts our teachers. And so as we were evaluating this process, we really did want to keep that piece in mind and have had direct conversations with each one of our leaders to ensure that we set up different scenarios to support this. I do want to thank our LRPC, Michelle and Brad, have been hugely beneficial in providing perspectives from our LRPC as well, and really wanted to solicit that information and also then developing our staff recommendation and staff review moving forward. Something I do want to clarify in particular around our recommendations is understanding this concept of what a legacy is. Knowing that there's movement, potential movement, being that we're at April 6th, one of the parts we wanted to ensure is that families wouldn't have to be as impacted, meaning that if a student potentially was in the scenario of 5D where there are 30 families that are currently at Franktown, is we would give them the opportunity to be able to stay enrolled at Franktown, and that family would be able to stay enrolled at Franktown, with the one caveat that Rich Cosgrove mentioned as well, is that transportation would not be provided. And so we do want to give the opportunity for our families to stay at those particular schools. Obviously, it would be a challenge for us to be able to double bus, knowing that there's already a shortage that's there as well. But we do want to make sure that there are structures that are set up that wouldn't disrupt our families at this late in the game, but also ensure they have opportunity to stay. But if they do want to potentially move to a rezoned area, they would then have transportation to those areas, with the exception of looking at the Cherokee Trail example, which is within the walk zone in 16A as well. With that being said, we have developed some staff recommendations. And so that is on the next slide, please. Based off of conversations with our LRPC, soliciting impact from staff, from principals in our community, as well as trying to process not only the capacity issues that we need to look at immediately, but also looking at the capacity issues for the future, is we would recommend moving forward with 5A and 5D for our students to be able to move towards Mountain View and Northeast, with the caveat knowing that if students wanted to be legacied and stay, and if families wanted to be legacied within that school, they could, the caveat meaning that there would not be transportation that would be provided to Franktown Elementary. For Prairie Crossing, is from a staff recommendation standpoint, we would recommend moving forward with 16A, which is those current 15 families, 15 students, and moving those students to Cherokee Trail, also with the opportunity for them to be able to be legacied as well, to be able to stay at that school without any transportation either. We would make the recommendation moving forward with 16F, which is the undeveloped area that Mr. Sturts was just speaking about as well, meaning that those would not directly impact families that are currently enrolled in Prairie Crossing. We would work with that development to ensure that those families would have the opportunity then to enroll in Pine Grove Elementary. And those that progression of students, and again, Mr. Sturts and Mr. Cosgrove can speak to this more with greater depth and expertise than I can, but we would start seeing a minimal impact of students going into Pine Grove next year, but the following years when we would start seeing more of that development occurring and more students moving into Pine Grove Elementary. As far as the other considerations from 16B and 16E, one of the components that we talked about with our principals, and specifically to Ms. Rotherham at Prairie Crossing, is how do we ensure that, one, we address the future concerns around capacity, with also the caveat knowing that we wouldn't impact educational programming if we made a significant move or recommendation to move students. 16B has about 70 students that would be impacted by this. And if we move 70 students on top of potentially the 15 students from Cherokee Trail, that could potentially be a $380,000 impact. in a site-based budget. And that obviously impacts position. And so for us, it would be something we would like to look forward and reevaluate going into next year. So programming wouldn't be impacted, but it wouldn't compromise safety and capacity issues in this current year. 16E, we absolutely wanted to consider that. I think with the community's feedback, about 100% of those families said they did not want to see that move being moved forward. We agree that that is a move that we shouldn't make going into shouldn't make this current year, but it is something we can reevaluate in the future. As far as the 6th grade conversion to Cimarron, that's a lot larger conversation specifically around that district-wide impact and looking at what that is. We also know that is not currently in our master capital plan. It would need to evaluate that impacts would be as well. And so I'll stop there from a staff recommendation. Mr. Cosgrove, Mr. Sturts, anything you want to add to that at all?
No, thank you, Director Windsor. At this point, I would love to ask for questions from the LRPC, from our consultant, Derek, Danny, or myself on any of the recommendations for consideration.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Cosgrove and team. Great presentation. Directors, this is an information-only item right now. We will revisit this item after we've heard from public comment. So in the with our time parameters, unless there's some really quick clarifying questions, I would ask for those now, but otherwise I would ask directors that we save that until after public comment to react and ask more questions before we take action. Any quick questions from directors that would be helpful at this stage? All right. Seeing none, do you want to just, again, accolades to our long-range planning committee, Brad Geiger, Michelle Major, Shannon Bingham. All of you have been committed for many, many years with us, and we're truly, truly grateful for the work you've done and looking forward to having continued discussion after we've heard from our public. So thank you again, Danny Windsor and Derek Sturts and Rich Cosgrove as well. Thank you very much for the presentation tonight. All right, directors, I will call for a 5-minute break, and then let's reconvene at 8 o'clock. All right, good morning, or good evening, directors. We're going to reconvene our meeting at this time. It is 8 o'clock, and next on our agenda is to have some conversation regarding our budget. Specifically, we had a work session with Chief Financial Officer Kate Kataska and Budget Director Colleen Doan to begin the process of really understanding some of the good news as well as some of the challenges for the financial picture for us as we look to our 21-22 school year. So I've asked Ms. Kataska and Ms. Doan to capture some highlights of that conversation for the public, and then for us to have an opportunity to give some feedback as we further progress. And again, keeping in mind that the budget does not get submitted until the end of June. This is part of our process to begin developing and listening to priorities, not only from various stakeholders, but from the board as well. So with that, Ms. Kataska, I will turn it over to you to give us some quick highlights, and then board directors will engage in some discussion. Ms. Kataska.
Thank you, Director Ray and directors here tonight. So as Director Ray said, the goal here tonight is to really just continue our dialogue around the budget proposals for next year. The materials that are attached to the slide agenda are the same as those that were presented last week on the 30th. I do want to highlight some updates that we know as of today. Mark, if you want to pull up the slide 13 from the presentation last week, just to kind of level set in terms of where we were. Thank you. So at this time, we still, are still in this range of scenarios where we're really still pretty uncertain, not, where that total gain in revenue is going to come in. However, we are growing more confidence that that lower scenario, the $6.5 million increase, is probably the least likely of the three, and starting to feel more confident that we'll actually end up in that range of the 14 to 35 million. While that's good news, it's still a $20 million swing in that potential. So what staff is working to do now is develop a scenario that's sort of in the middle of those two. If we were to assume that 75% of the governor's initial requests were to come to fruition. So we will present more detail in terms of that scenario at our meeting on the 20th, along with some more detailed recommendations in terms of the DBB budget process and those requests that have come out through our directors and embedded through our superintendent's cabinet. We're still in the process of doing that. We've got our final, we hope to be the final meeting to go through those initial requests tomorrow. And at that point in time for our meeting on the 20th, we'll be able to present to you and the community what those sort of prioritized requests are coming out of that vetting process. Additionally, we're looking at some of the e-learning funds to be able to be funded out of our ESSER funds. And so what that would do, if you recall, that we had proposed making a commitment of the use of fund balance in the existing year to fund e-learning for next year. That would free up some capacity to allow us to address some other one-time, requests that might be out there. Something like READ Acts that we've heard a lot about in terms of the increased need for resources there. So again, more information to come as we present that detail coming up on the meeting on the 20th. Also, just to give you some very preliminary estimates coming out of that superintendent's cabinet review and prioritization process. We have sifted through each and every one of those requests with a couple more to discuss, as I said, tomorrow. But we do feel like we can reduce that total DBB request, which is the combination of the $4 million, which we believe is sort of non-discretionary increases, and then the lines below it, which are in varying amounts depending on the revenue scenario, but do believe that we can reduce that by at least $2 million. And that's through a combination of either deprioritizing the request and marking it as not moving forward, or the leveraging, again, of some of our ESSER funds to fund some of the things that are one-time in nature and also embedded in the DBBs, but that would support our unfinished learning plan that Mr. Knight presented earlier. So we look forward to having a revised request scenario presented to you when we meet again on the 20th. In terms of priorities that we are hearing from you and community, a couple of them that are sort of bubbling to the top are one, the funding of the READ Act resources that will be necessary, looking at transportation and continuing to evaluate plans there, which will likely not have an impact on the general fund for next year, but certainly we need to plan for in ongoing years. Items related to special education and mental health. We'll evaluate that as part of not only the DBB request, but want to hear from you in terms of funding of that area. And then lastly is around compensation. So we've had a number of conversations around, the requested here universal pay increases of either 1, 2, 2.5% depending on the scenarios, and are continuing to model out what some tiered compensation increases might look like based on feedback that we've received from the board. So again, I look forward to having a continued conversation, but really do just want to have an open dialogue here tonight. And then I'll talk a little bit about the process of feedback moving forward throughout the process.
Very good. Thank you, Ms. Kataska, and also Ms. Doan. Great work session that we had on March 30th too, and great, some great planning for the moving target that is often the scenario for us in the state of Colorado. So board, I do want to open this up because we've had a chance to go more in depth with looking at some of these recommendations, but I also want to open this up just to some afterthoughts, if you will, after we've digested the information that Ms. Doan and Ms. Kataska shared with us. Are there some things you're wondering about? And are there things that you want to really communicate in terms of things that we want to emphasize from a board perspective that is our values? What I certainly heard Ms. Kataska summarize well for is that it looks like right now our priorities, there's 4 categories: literacy, transportation, special education and mental health, and compensation are really the 4 categories that if there's an opportunity to continue to focus on those areas with our budget, that those are the 4 categories that she is certainly hearing as priorities from our community as well as others in the schools. So with that, directors, I will just open up to questions, thoughts, reactions. Who would like to lead off? Director Meek, you looked at me, so you're going to you'll get the honor of leading off.
You just assumed I'd have a question. I think I do have one question around HB 1164, the total program mill levy tax credit bill. I don't think there would be an impact this year, this upcoming school year, if it is passed. But when it does go into effect, I believe it would bring in 1 mill locally the first year, that the state actually, if the amendment goes through, will keep its portion in the School Finance Act. So ideally, we would see some level of increase if that bill is passed. And I know we don't have enough detail right now, but I'm kind of curious, how much do we raise with 1 mill? Do you know off the top of your head?
Ms. Doan, do you want to speak to that?
I don't have that off the top of my head, but I can get back to you in about a minute or two. So if you want to go to the next question, I'd be happy to follow up on that.
Okay, thank you. And really, I think I'm just sitting here thinking about one-time money and ongoing money, because there's all these different pots that are out there right now. And for this current year, we actually have almost $7 million for neighborhood schools and one-time money because of the supplemental. Looking at next year, we'll have up to $35 million in ongoing money, which in my head lends itself to ongoing costs, like personnel or ongoing costs. And then on top of that, there will be 10 to 12 million in ESSER 3 money, which is one-time money. And so I'm just sitting here thinking like PD, those are kinds of expenditures that lend themselves to one time. And so it's kind of hard for me to not try to lump it all together and then think about these different kinds of expenditures and which fit best for the different pots. So not really a question, just kind of what's percolating right now as we're talking budget.
I'll just piggyback on that a little bit, Director Meek. I think when we do see all these pots of monies that are there, I also wonder if we're being too conservative. I mean, I also wonder what our comfort with taking risk is. Our finance department has done an incredible job at giving us many scenarios, and now they're going to add another scenario for if we get 75% of the governor's funding. But when I do look at all the one-time monies, and I do see that there's a trend nationally as well as by our state to really invest in education, which is very exciting, I wonder what's our comfort with taking risks? What's our comfort with saying, you know what, we're going to plan for 100% of the governor's funding, and because we know that if that falls short, we've got healthy reserves, we've got healthy other pots of money that can come in and help us if we don't hit the 100% mark. So I'm just wondering from other directors, and I know that this is the kind of stuff that causes our finance department to get chills and sweat and break out in sweat. But as a board, are we being too conservative in terms of the message we're giving our finance department, in terms of our comfort for taking risk, knowing that things are looking very positive in terms of the funding that's coming our way for our kids? So I would just open up with that question. What's our comfort with taking risk? Or do we maintain this high level of being very conservative like we've done, which has gotten us into a very good place? But I'm just wondering, you know, when we look at going through a pretty hard year with our staff, is it time now to show that we're willing to put ourselves out there because of what we want to do is to maintain our teachers and our support staff for the sake of our kids? So I would just throw that out as a question to you, two directors. Any reactions? Go ahead, Director Holtzman, and then Director Graziano.
Thank you. So I guess, you know, for me, one of the questions that I have when you ask that question, I look at the scenarios that we've been given so far, and they don't all include restoring our contingency reserve. And so really that's more of my question to our finance and budget folks who are our experts and who have gotten us over years in a really good financial place where I think we have the highest credit rating that any school district in Colorado has. I don't think there's one in Colorado that has one higher than us unless something's changed recently. So, you know, I do think that that's still a goal of mine. I think, you know, having that helped us with the bond. And so that is a goal. But I also agree on the other hand that I definitely think our staff and compensation and benefits is a high priority for me. So I am just kind of throwing that back at our experts in regards to, I see on your scenarios that you don't have that restoration of contingency in everyone. And I'm sure that you have a reason for that. And, you know, I guess I would just want more information in that regard.
Ms. Kataska?
Certainly. So in the 75% scenario, we would propose restoring the full contingency. Part of the comfort level in not making that restoration in some of the lower bound revenue scenarios is making that commitment to fund what are some of those items that would typically draw on contingency. So those things that are less predictable and oftentimes, you know, result in an ask for that contingency or an approval of that contingency mid-year. So by really being thoughtful in what we are, you know, building into the proposed and subsequently the adopted budget, that's where I get some of that comfort level. You know, and again, working in a $20 million revenue swing is probably, it is too wide of a band to be focusing on, which I think is Director Meek's suggestion to build out that 75% scenario, and we'll see that come back.
Thanks.
Directors, other thoughts? Oh, sorry, Director Graziano, please go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to suggest that, I mean, the idea of exploring risks or different scenarios is something we could certainly leverage the FOC for. I mean, why wouldn't we explore some bigger picture things that we haven't really thought of? They don't have to be things we pursue, but again, just getting people to think outside the box a little bit if we can, given the potential opportunity for more funds in education, I think would be a good exercise for the FOC. I wouldn't want to, get us way off the track, but I think it's worth exploring with them. And I think that they're more in a better line of sight to come up with ideas than us on the board. I think that's their domain expertise. So I think that would be a route we could look at doing.
Sure, I like that. What else? Directors, other thoughts, reactions? Director Lund, go ahead.
So from all the forecasts that I see, the world economy or the U.S. economy is going to go to 6%. And Treasury Secretary Yao just said that U.S. may go back to full employment next year in 2022. And the unemployment rate this year, judging from the forecast, will probably go down to 5.4%. And buying from the problems of the virus mutations that cause another wave, that is always a possibility. But beyond that risk, seems like the global economy and the U.S. economy is heading into the right directions, and it's pretty looking up in the next year. So I think, as President Ray, you said, we are being very conservative, and a lot of our staff has been working with us and sacrifice for last year. Some of them, I visit 3 high schools, and many of them are teaching online and in person. And they're just doing this for the goodness of their heart and for the dedications of their students. And I think it's time for us to acknowledge the sacrifice of our staff that's willing to take a pay cut last year, with the reductions in the furlough. In bad time, they stuck with us. And seems like the times that we can see is going to be better. I think it's our obligations, just in the morale point of view, to try our best to give them the compensations or the benefits that we can afford. Of course, still we do it conservatively, but being conservative is being a scooch, And so I personally, being a small business owner, look favorably in the economic forecast for next year, and I would love, as a one director, trying to see what we can do to give our staff the maximum benefit that they could. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Lund. Director Meek, go ahead.
Yeah, so I definitely agree. I mean, I think we need to budget conservatively, and I think last year we did that. We did not touch the fund balance while other districts did dip into their fund balance. And now we find ourselves with, almost $7 million from the supplemental for this year. And I would like to think about how we can utilize that to reward our employees who took furlough days, to think about PD around mental health or trauma-informed, instruction. I feel like there are ways that we can use those dollars to help support our employees in various different ways. And I would like to explore the use of those one-time monies in those ways that might help us make our employees feel supported and respected, and also advance our strategic plan and where we need to go as an organization.
Very good. Directors, other director thoughts, comments? Go ahead, Director Chanchashore.
I'm just wondering if there is any way to compensate our staff with one-time stipends. I know that other school districts have done that in support of staff during this time as well.
Yeah.
There are a number of that are doing that, and that is something that we're looking into to see if that would be an allowable use under the ESSER funds.
I'll kind of piggyback on that, Ms. Kataska. I think Director Meek and Director Lung said it well too, is in terms of, we asked our staff took a sacrifice of furlough days this year. And so along the lines of a stipend, is there a scenario where we say to our staff, you know what, we're gonna give those back to you now. You sacrificed those because you trusted us to do that together to balance our budget when we thought we were going to have a huge hole. The hole has come back, the monies have come back. So why not replenish our staff with the furlough days that they've sacrificed now, as opposed to waiting until next year. So just curious, I don't know if we've got a dollar figure on what that would entail and how that would impact our future planning for next year, but I would just be curious thoughts about that along the lines of Director Chancho Shore. How do we show our staff, we know you've worked so hard this year, you've sacrificed, here's a way for us to at least restore some of that sacrifice.
So the approximate cost of the furlough days would be about $3.9 million. And we can, have prepared for you some modeled scenarios as we come back to you in a couple of weeks in terms of how that might look in terms of using the supplemental revenue in the current year to make those payments, along with what that would result in sort of the forecasting for next year in terms of funds available.
Be great, thank you. Directors, other thoughts? Director Meek, go ahead.
I don't know if this is a really wild idea, but our district used to do pay for performance years ago before we hit the last recession. And I believe the way it was very unusual for a school district to do this. And, schools would work together on a project, and it wasn't really an individual as much as it was a team-based approach. And to me, that's a good use of one-time money, moving forward. And Director Graziano was talking about thinking outside the box, so I just am throwing that out there as well.
Very good. Director Hanson, we haven't heard from you tonight, so I'm going to give you an opportunity. Any thoughts?
Yes, actually, I agree with the foundational pieces that we just listed off. And I think that all of our conversations around taking care of our employees, absolutely critical. I just want to throw this out there also as an idea. I genuinely believe you budget your priorities, and in addition to the foundational pieces we talked about, I just would like to have the discussion to make sure that the equity piece that we also prioritize as a district has had an opportunity to at least weigh in on any funding needs, funding requests, just to make sure we're adequately budgeting for all of our priorities.
Very good. Thank you, Director Hanson. So maybe a follow-up with just re-looking at that whole notion of how we do budget for equity, because I know we have many structures already in place where we do indeed make sure that schools that have higher need populations are getting additional funds, but also seeing if there's an opportunity for us to continue to enhance that. Anything else, directors? Any other conversation pieces, or as we're looking at our wonderful finance leaders, anything that you want them to know as we continue to move down this path of developing next year's budget?
I just wanted to follow up on Director Meek's question from a few minutes ago on how much a mill raises, and it's about $7.5 million based on current year's assessed value.
Thank you.
Very good. So, Ms. Doan, Ms. Kataska, anything that you've heard tonight in terms of priorities from the board? I think I certainly hear a desire for us to become a little less conservative, I think is what I'm hearing. And certainly, I know that you are doing that with looking at a 75% scenario of the governor's proposed funding. Certainly hear, that we want our FOC to really do some work for us as well, as far as looking at opportunities or out-of-the-box thinking that maybe we've missed. And then I think we would like to continue to have the conversation about how do we show our staff that we recognize the sacrifices they've made and need to be rewarded for not only that sacrifice, but also for continuing to trust us into next year. So those are some of the themes I'm hearing. Anything else, Ms. Kataska or Ms. Doan, that you're hearing or that you're wondering about as you've listened to our conversation tonight?
No, not necessarily anything further, but one item that we will make sure to build into our conversation for the meeting on April 20th would be two things. Actually, one would be to address, kind of the one-time buckets versus the ongoing funding and how we're slotting in some of these budget requests into those different funding sources and bringing some clarity there. And then also we will run an analysis on our reserves to ensure that, we are all aware of the levels that we would not want to drop below in order to be able to maintain those credit ratings that you spoke of. Very
good. Great summary. And again, I have no idea how you guys have done it this year. I will just say, I just stand in awe with so many different revenue sources that were proposed and then either came through or didn't come through. And just, again, that moving target. I have no idea how you continue to navigate as well as you do, but please express to your staff as well in the business services that we are indeed in awe and grateful for how you've gotten through this difficult time. So thank you very much. All right, directors.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good evening. We are going to move on to public comment. We are right on schedule. This is an impressive night. All right. All right. That's right. Yeah, I've jinxed it now. All right. Public comment. We have two policies that guide us in terms of how comment is received. Board Policy KE, public complaints, as well as Board Policy BEDH, public participation at board meetings. Policy BEDH says that comments should be focused on policy matters, and Board Policy KE talks about the appropriate channels of communication for a concern to be addressed prior to bringing it to the Board of Education. Public comment is placed prior to any action items proposed on the agenda. Comment is placed after the information-only items from our staff so that public commenters can hear information that may be pertinent to their public comments. Those wanting to make public comment are requested to complete an online form prior to 3 o'clock. Those who were signed up by this time received an email with directions for calling in and a scheduled time for when public comment will begin. Public commenters need only to call in a few minutes prior to that planned time on the agenda for public comment. Once called in, your phone will be muted until your name is called. You'll be able to listen, but your phone will remain muted until we call upon you. Please make sure that you are not running the meeting on a computer in the background and that you are in a quiet environment. Keep in mind that the meeting broadcasted on YouTube is slightly delayed, so it's best to only listen on your device. Once I call your name, please state your name and ask if you can be heard, and I will respond for you to continue. We do ask speakers to refrain from using individual names in an offensive manner, as this only distracts from the issue of concern. Please also keep in mind that, lost my place. Please keep in mind that there may be a need to interrupt you if a board director calls for a point of order. If this occurs, all comments should stop until directed to continue. Each speaker will be allotted 3 minutes to address the board. You will hear a tone signaling the end of this time. Out of respect to other commenters, please complete your comments within this 3-minute time. Please know that this is our time to just listen without engaging in discussion. However, your comments will certainly be considered as the board continues to do its work tonight. I would also add that if you are seeking answers to a specific question, please consider emailing the board, individual board directors, or contacting our Assistant Secretary, Sandy Marsh, to schedule a phone conversation. It is also important for those listening to public comment to understand that public comments are not fact-checked, nor should the board's silence indicate agreement or disagreement with what is being said. So with that, we will now move on to public comment. Our first caller is Jennifer Iverson. Ms. Iverson, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, Ms. Iverson, please go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening. As DCSD looks ahead at the choices that are before us for the next superintendent, we must also look at our past and find where we need improvement. What qualities and values do we want our next leader to imbue? Do we want DCSD to thrive or trudge along? For decades, special education communities have struggled to get their children's needs met. Our families have pleaded for change. After a loss in the highest courts in the United States, the last superintendent ordered a task force and a costly special education survey. Very little has come of it. Parent engagements have increased, yet not with fidelity. Another checked box where our voices are silenced and there is no true engagement. There is a group of parents dedicated to facilitating change through the Douglas County Special Education Advisory Committee, the DCCAC. They provide valued support groups for parents and recognition for staff members. Their members want to help, but are left with little visibility and no social media presence to promote themselves. I attended their meetings and applied to be a member and act as a bridge to the broader special education community. I was denied access, not because the members didn't want me, but because a district leader would not allow me on the committee. With dwindling numbers and no parent chairperson, DCCAC no longer represents the voice of the majority of families in special education. Over the years, and because of this invisibility, private groups numbering over 2,000 participants have popped up all over Douglas County as a place for parents of children with specific needs to get the support and information they need. If the DCCAC could regularly report to the BOE like the state CAC reports to the state BOE, we could see more transparency in what actually occurs within DCSD's special education department. So what values does the special education community want the next superintendent to embody? Our district requires a strong leader who will hold their cabinet members, executive directors of schools, and principals accountable and encourage them to broaden their knowledge. We deserve a superintendent who acts with determination and compassion for all students in their care, putting children first. Our community values a candidate who has a deep knowledge of the Individuals with Disability Act and Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act. This person should develop and implement a plan to ensure that every special needs student has an individualized education program reasonably calculated to enable appropriate progress as required by the U.S. Supreme Court. There should also be a plan to rebuild trust and eliminate the retaliatory practices many families have experienced. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Iverson. Next is Liz Wagner, then Nate Ormond, and then Bridget McCoy. Ms. Wagner, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, Ms. Wagner, please go ahead.
All right, fantastic. Thank you. Directors, my name is Liz Wagner. This evening, I wanted to address you regarding agenda item number 23, intent to purchase 10035 South Peoria Street in Lone Tree. And I wanted to thank you for moving this from the consent agenda so that a robust discussion can be held by you this evening. And as part of that dialogue, I would ask that you discuss the proposed purposes that this property would be used for. Will this be used for any special education programming? If so, what specific programming needs? How will this impact existing special education programming options and locations? What are the annual upkeep costs for this property? Both the Wildlife Experience and CU found these costs to be prohibitive for the space. Are you considering this for needs or wants? We are a district of needs. We need aligned curriculum. We need transportation. We have tier 1, 2, and 3 needs in our existing buildings. This sounds more like a want. So I hope you will explain in your dialogue later what the need is. If I need to replace the roof on my house and I need to paint the exterior of my house and I need to replace the HVAC system in my house and my kids need private tutoring, I shouldn't be putting in an in-ground pool and spa. I would also like to speak to the superintendent search. I cannot imagine a more important position at a more critical time than this role for our district. This person will be your only employee. This person will need to have demonstrated strong leadership skills. They will need to be a change management leader. They will need to make unpopular decisions and not be influenced by existing relationships within the school district among staff. They will need to have created culture and climate around equity and special education and professional development. They will need to understand special education law. In short, this person will need to have experience. This person will be the CEO of DCSD. Their ability to wear many hats and to have had exposure to other school districts will be critical to moving DCSD forward. I'm aware that there has been a push from within to hire an internal candidate, and I get it. People fear change, and DCSD has had a lot of turnover at the superintendent level. I understand wanting someone familiar, someone who won't rock the boat, who will provide principals with site-based budgets and full autonomy, just as it is today. Truly, it's understandable. And it is human nature to be resistant to change and to seek out the familiar. But what I'm asking each of you to do this evening is to be courageous and to put aside familiar and comfortable and select a candidate from outside DCSD. Truly almost done, I know. As a parent of a former student who has special needs, I know the importance of a leader who understands and supports special education and the students who require it. I wish we had an internal candidate that had a proven track record with doing the right thing for parents and students with special educational needs. The entire special education parent community wishes that were the case, but it's not. Please do not overlook our most vulnerable learners as you make this decision. Their futures literally depend on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wagner. Nate Ormond is next, then Bridget McCoy, and then Andy Jones. Nate Ormond, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Ormond, please go ahead.
All right, thank you. Research has shown that the academic consequences of prolonged lockdowns have been severe, and DCSD academic standards have been falling for some time, even prior to the COVID lockdowns. Douglas County used to be a top school district for academic success in Colorado during the early 2000s, but by 2019 it had fallen to 49th in the state. We can and need to do better as a community. Our kids deserve that. Schools around the country are grappling with high fail rates according to Chalkbeat Colorado. In many schools, students with more than 2 Fs have doubled in the last year. A recently published Yale study aggregated 27 studies on issues concerning mental health and identified school closures' considerable negative emotional and behavioral impacts. Quote, school closures as a part of broader social distancing measures are associated with considerable harms to children and young people, health and well-being. Available data are short-term and longer-term harms are likely to be magnified by school closures. Data are urgently needed on longer-term impacts using strong research designs, particularly amongst vulnerable groups, end quote. What data are we gathering and utilizing to make decisions as we exit the 2020 and 21 school year in a few short weeks so that we can establish protocols and student opportunities to quickly mitigate any further CYP health and well-being issues? We have a limited window to effectively implement a learning loss recovery program that will impact the broadest number of students in the most positive way. Key to this is immediate and sustained communication to the parents and students of what the summer plan will be. I believe that one of the key takeaways from the past months has been a demonstrated deficiency in effective communication to the parents. Highly personalized and targeted communication through multiple channels will yield the best outcomes and enhance student and parent engagement. You noted a high success rate for home visits earlier in the superintendent reports. Effective but plainly inefficient. How can you tailor the message and the medium based on the information and data that we have on parent and student likely preferences and methods of contact to maximize responses and engagement? Are you thinking about this now? You have only 6 weeks until the end of the current school year and until round 1 of summer learning loss recovery programs begin, whatever form they may take. The slide in the superintendent reports titled COVID Silver Linings is only half the story. While I do appreciate a glass half full approach to crisis management and review, ignoring the district's failures during this crisis is ill-advised and demonstrates a fear of acknowledging where you fell short. Now is the time for the district to take a critical look inward and determine what failures really occurred. We have a unique opportunity to effectively provide learning opportunities during future district-wide and localized school closures that might occur. For example, I can envision utilizing what we have learned to ensure that we never have another school day lost to snowstorms. Can we utilize an honest review of what was done wrong to strengthen our future emergency responses or expand the learning opportunities to capture a 365-day approach to educational enhancement for students? If you don't take an honest self-critical approach to the COVID lockdown response, this will be a lost opportunity. And to the public listening, if you'd like to submit suggestions for a learning loss recovery strategy, go to roadtorecovery.co. That's road number 2, recovery.co. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ormond. Bridget McCoy is next, Andy Jones, and then Melody Fields. Ms. McCoy, are you there?
This is Bridget. Can you hear me?
Yes, Bridget, please go ahead.
First, I just want to thank you all for your hard work and dedication in your volunteer positions. I also really would like to take this opportunity to thank our building nurse who's been working tirelessly through this time, and all our admin and office team for everything that they've done. It has taken a real team effort in managing everything going on right now. I am extremely grateful we are back in school, and also very grateful I no longer have to quarantine since I've been vaccinated. With that being said, I would like to say that the COVID cases in Douglas County have increased over the past 2 weeks, and we are still at high risk. In all of the metric charts from Tri-County Health that Superintendent Wise showed earlier, Douglas County has the highest numbers of all 3 counties in every section. And our weekly incidence rates for our kids ages 5 through 18 is sharply increasing over the other counties. Dr. Fauci is on CNN saying it's youth sports that's driving the rates for kids. I want you to hear from some of us who are inside the schools to let you know what's really happening. Unfortunately, as much as we want everything to be going smoothly, that's not the reality. Some of this is only the fault of the pandemic, but some of this can be remedied. Our district dashboard is not showing the correct amount of quarantines and positive cases. I'm not sure why it's not accurate, but it absolutely is not. For example, I entered my school and it says 137 quarantines. I've changed the date to last week and the number stays the same at 137. At no time in the past week have we had 137 in quarantine. In fact, it's been way more. It is very misleading, and I know this is true for other schools in addition to mine. The district changed how they communicate to parents about quarantining. They stopped doing the quarantine emails to the whole community and posting them on the website. Between that and the inaccuracies of the dashboard, the reality really isn't reflected. We've had over 70% of our students quarantined at a time, and every day is a new quarantine. Kids are not only testing positive, but testing positive with the new variants, which means quarantines changed to the full 14 days. I have students that are crying to me in class online, telling me they do not have the motivation right now and hate school because they keep getting changed from in-person to remote due to the quarantines. Lessons have to be changed every day, and all the back and forth is inconsistent and mentally detrimental to the kids. The list of quarantine students are changing constantly, making it difficult for teachers to keep up. Even kids are struggling to keep up. We're constantly having kids show up in person that are quarantined, us having to walk them out of class, their parents having to be called, and then the office staff and admin getting yelled at from angry parents having to pick back up their student. We also have kids showing up online that are no longer quarantined and should be attending in person. It falls on us to identify who should and shouldn't be in our rooms and remind them. Our district needs a much better communication plan. Kids and parents need to be very aware of when they are and are not supposed to come to school. I'm almost done. Our district could also help our teachers through communicating more to parents about all the quarantines we're having, keep our dashboard up to date, starting sending out community quarantine letters again, and at least post them. Our parents need to know what's happening and get students who are we're getting students who are being quarantined showing up remotely for class together when they do not even live in the same household. That's defeating the purpose of quarantining and making the problem worse. I would just like to urge the district to continue to stress to our community their responsibility in helping to keep our students in the building, including when a student is on quarantine from school, The responsible thing to do is also quarantine from non-school actions and activities. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. McCoy. Andy Jones, Melody Fields, and then Julie Lamb. Andy Jones, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Jones, please go ahead.
Board directors, you're to be commended for your long hours of work, and as elected officials, for much of that work, you are often vilified. My name is Andy Jones, and tonight I speak at this late hour as a parent, a citizen, and a community watchdog. There's another group of servants in our community who have been vilified of late. Our sheriff and city school resource officers are fathers and mothers who have students in our district schools. One of them has a special needs child in the district. They are coaches in our community and care deeply about the kids in Douglas County. Combined, the SROs have 472 years of experience in law enforcement and 105 years of experience as school resource officers. Their role is first as a protector of the schools, but spend most of their day as mentors and counselors for the student body and occasionally teach classes on the dangers of social media, vaping, alcohol, bullying, and other pitfalls of youth. Building positive relationships with students is key to their success, and they strive to be not viewed as disciplinarian, but rather a problem solver and a resource for support and aid. They work tirelessly to bridge the trust gap and teach students how to reduce their likelihood of becoming a victim of crimes. But those are just words, so let me put a real story behind just one of these heroes. Deputy Shefali Phillips Arain was on scene and supportive of a family who was dealing with the suicide of their daughter, a student at Highlands Ranch High School. She was at the home and supported the family, providing assistance at such a difficult time, and she stayed with that family until her services were no longer needed. These actions are an example of the dedication she has to her students and to their families. Another example came at a time when a student was dealing with the death of her mother. The student was found to be living out of her car as she had become homeless due to her family situation. Deputy Lane was successful in organizing donations for food and clothing in support of this student. She personally showed care for her by taking her shopping and becoming a mentor for her. The compassion and concern that the deputy showed was a catalyst in the student's decision to return to school. Highlands Ranch High School Principal Chris Page noted, quote, Deputy Arain has been a key member in the development of a successful partnership that has allowed students to not only be held accountable for their actions, but to also build strong relationships with law enforcement. She has displayed the same leadership in her everyday involvement in the school and throughout the community, which has helped to create a positive atmosphere here at Highlands Ranch, unquote. For these actions and so many others which were impactful but unnoticed, Deputy Arain was nominated for the high honor of the 2021 Regional Exceptional Service Award. But she is just one of the heroes that protect our kids, the staff and teachers in our schools. Thankfully today, the Colorado Senate Democrats pulled the most destructive bill from consideration, which would have put our schools at extreme risk. Public pressure and input from our great law enforcement agencies won a victory today. But alas, the movement to remove SROs goes on. My call to action for this board is to lobby your fellow Democrats, both in the community and legislature, ensuring that there will be no further erosion of support for keeping SROs in our schools. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Melody Fields is next, Julie Lamb, and then Joy Overbeck. Melody Fields, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, Ms. Fields, please go ahead.
Hi, I am here to suggest two small amendments to the language in JKD and JKE, which is the student suspension and expulsion policy in your agenda item number 24. Perhaps you remember me coming before you 2 years ago. I think I kind of cried. And since then, I've done a lot of research on these policies. And I wanted to make sure that you have your pencils out because I have two small recommendations for changes. The first is that the policy doesn't explain where students and parents can find the due process procedures. I spoke to members of your cabinet today and they informed me that those are included in the student handbook. So I would recommend, in part because people asked me, where do we see this policy? We're supposed to get a copy of it, but I've never seen it before. How do we do these things? And if parents are reading these policies on the website and they don't know to find them in the student handbook. That makes it difficult. So I am recommending that after your first sentence, the Board of Education shall provide due process of law to students through written procedures consistent with law for the suspension or expulsion of students and the denial of admission. See JKD/JKE-R and the student handbook. I am recommending you add and the student handbook. That way parents will know where to find it. The second recommendation I have is perhaps more important because this policy veers from Colorado statutory language in the section discussing factors to consider when determining whether to suspend or expel any student. That is on, I think, page 3 of the policy. And the factors that are recommended to be considered are the student's age, disciplinary history, the threat they pose, et cetera, et cetera. But I would like to focus on number 3. The policy states that that staff should consider the student's eligibility as a student with a disability. This does not reflect Colorado law. Colorado law says instead that staff should consider whether the student has a disability, and that is in 22-33-106-1.2. I want you to change this to the statutory language in Colorado law for a couple of reasons. Number one, students with a disability are suspended at twice the rate of students without a disability. That's the national average. But in DCSD, it is 3 times that. I recommend that we change this language so that it reflects IDEA's discipline procedures, which require schools to conduct a manifestation determination hearing and perform a functional behavioral assessment prior to suspending a student if they have a disability, regardless of whether or not they are eligible for special education and related services. That is federal law, and it's under the section on protections for children not yet eligible for special education and related services. I really recommend you change this language. It's an easy thing that we can do to let parents and families know how important our special education students are. And so I recommend that you change number 3 to whether the student has a disability. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Fields. Julie Lamb is next, and then Joy Overbeck. Julie Lamb, are you there?
I am.
Okay.
Good evening.
Good evening,
My name is Julie Lamb. I'm speaking on behalf of the superintendent search this evening. I want to thank the DCSD Board of Ed for making the brave decision to go out and hire an outside recruiting agency to help with the superintendent search. And it is my hope that was not just for optics, that this is an authentic outreach. Knowing you are looking for a candidate to best fit the needs of the Douglas County School District, which encompasses all students, staff, and community. Creating and implementing the new equity plan is one step in how we would go hand in hand to show the authenticity, integrity behind the decision for this spend and this superintendent search for a qualified candidate rather than groom and simply hire from within. The characteristics of a superintendent that we had hoped for in the past to come in and make significant changes within DCSD to make us the destination district we once were. Many of us, many of you, many with me, worked tirelessly to create a better climate and culture for our teachers and students. If this past year has taught us anything, it is that climate and culture has yet to change. We have a history of a good old boys club in Douglas County. You scratch my back, I'll scratch your back. We need someone brave enough to come in and make those hard decisions, be it a pandemic, budget cuts, or mass exodus of teachers, as we have seen in past years, to do the right thing for the right reasons always. The characteristics of a leader would be somebody who can have the confidence in their cabinet and their level of the next level of administration, along with principals, to task them with making good, strong decisions and not trying to micromanage every single decision that needs to be made. Douglas County needs a superintendent that is well-versed in our most vulnerable learners. That is our special education community. It's a tight-knit group that many of us hold very dear to them, the commitment of parent engagement, where you can actually engage, listen, learn, and grow for the good of our students. Over the years, we have lost many special education employees, thus compromising the integrity of the work to guide, mentor, and build up these children. It is not for anyone to determine whether a child makes it or not. It is your responsibility to make sure everyone gets a free, appropriate education, the tools needed when transitioning from DCSD into whatever is their next chapter. A candidate who understands these learners, how they learn, and what they need to feel that success is very important. It is clear from research and data showing dissatisfaction in this area that DCSD cannot afford an internal candidate with regards to the specific group of learners that make up about 13% of our learners. As a parent of one of those most vulnerable learners, I urge you to consider your next superintendent while using your ears to hear, your eyes to see, along with your heart to feel. I hold no grudges for being sold a bill of goods by our former superintendent, and neither should any of you, but I assure you the next selection, this next appointment will be one of the most difficult and important decisions that this board has to make. Do the right thing. As a friend once told me, let's come through with an absolute win for our district. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lamb. Joy Overbeck, are you there? One more time.
Yes.
Oh,
Can you hear me?
Oh, there we go. Yes, Ms. Overbeck, please go ahead.
Okay. The Douglas County Board of Education recently passed a controversial equity policy that mandates revamping, quote, all school board approved curriculum, end quote, to include, quote, all races, colors, ancestries, creeds, sexes, genders, sexual orientations, gender expressions, gender identities, etc. This is a current trend known as woke ideology, promoted and enforced in school districts across America. In the name of anti-racism, children are taught the radical agenda of, quote, social justice and critical race theory, end quote, that whites are oppressors, minorities are victims, and America is an evil nation whose founding should date from the arrival of slaves rather than the Declaration of Independence. White students are often forced to confess their, quote, white privilege, end quote, and to hate themselves for their very skin color, which they cannot change. This divisive, hateful, and outrageously inaccurate ideology only leads to the ugly conflict between the races we are too often seeing in America today. It never leads to harmony, understanding, and love between people that we all desire. Another aspect of wokeness is LGBTQ programming that confuses kids by teaching them, quote, gender fluidity, end quote, that their gender assignment at birth may not be their real gender. Every child is different, and only parents know when their children are ready for such serious matters. The schools must not usurp parents' roles as the moral and ethical guides of their own children. Nobody knows what changes will result because of this new policy. What books will be assigned, what classes will ensue, or what assemblies will be held, and what speakers will lecture our children on racial or sexual topics. Douglas County parents should be allowed to opt out of any instruction or materials planned by the district. The schools must educate, not indoctrinate. An opt-out policy must be adopted immediately by this board and communicated henceforth to all parents and guardians of school children. We parents need to educate our children in cultural matters. It is not up to this school board or their school teachers.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Overbeck. So this time I will close public comment session, and we'll thank all our public commenters who spoke tonight. Certainly all of your comments will be considered as we continue to do our work now and into future agenda items as well. Next on our agenda is the consent agenda. And we have several items on the consent agenda, including the approval of our District Accountability Committee Unified Improvement Plan. And that is to meet some statutory timelines, board, but it's also something that we will spend more time in depth with after this meeting. We want to thank, though, our DAC for all their work on this particular plan. It's very comprehensive, and again, with the moving targets of this past year, very challenging. But again, I want to thank the DAC for bringing those recommendations for us to approve tonight. We also have an approval of the Mill Bond Oversight Ad Hoc Committee, our MBOC committee, who is adding a student, which is a celebration, again, from our student advisory group. They're adding a student onto that board or onto that committee to have a student perspective. So that agenda item tonight is to approve that particular student that has been selected. We also have approval of construction agreement for base camp renovations at Stone Canyon Outdoor Adventures. Again, thanks to our bond election and our voters approving that. Approval of change order to guarantee maximum price agreement for Highlands Ranch High School capital improvement plan, also another bond project that we can celebrate. There is an approval for the Hope Online Learning Academy charter school contract. This board passed a resolution back in January to move forward with approving this contract, and now this contract has now just come to fruition for us to make the final approval of it. And then there's also approval of personnel changes. Is there a motion to accept our consent agenda?
So move.
Second.
Motion made by Director Long, seconded by Graziano. Let's vote. Chancho Shore.
Aye.
Graziano.
Aye.
Hanson.
Aye.
Holtzman.
Aye.
Lung.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Ray, aye. Consent agenda passes unanimously. So we're going to return back to the school capacity presentation that we saw tonight. And basically, our staff has asked us to consider approving their recommendations, which includes moving the 5A section from Mountain View Northeast, from Franktown Elementary to Mountain View Northeast. 5D is in David, to move, again, from Franktown Elementary to Mountain View Northeast. And then also the relief for Prairie Crossing Elementary for 16A and 16F. And they are also recommending that we go on hold with the other considerations, but also recognizing that there is a need for us still to explore the need to continue to help relieve Prairie Crossing of their current capacity concerns. So those are the recommendations. At this time, board, then I see that we have our team with us again, Chief Operating Officer Rich Cosgrove, our wonderful chairperson of the LRPC, Michelle Major, a longtime member of LRPC, Brad Geiger, and our planning manager, Derek Sturtz, as well as our director of schools, Danny Windsor, and our consultant, Shannon Bingham. So, board, at this time, are there any items and discussion that you want to make before we take action on the staff's recommendations? Director Chancho Shore, please go ahead.
The only clarification I have is a question around the islands and the peninsula situations. A clarification are that is a staff development process, not a board development process, or what are you recommending there?
I'm not sure that we're recommending anything, Director. We're saying that we need a process, and it should not be done on an ad hoc basis. We were approached by some particular people in both areas about addressing those. I think it would be up to the board. The board could certainly delegate that to staff and then do approval. The board could delegate it to the Long Range Planning Committee for recommendations. I think in the end, that is probably a board decision. How much prior evaluation you want from that, either from long range planning or from staff, I think is up to the board.
Director Chancho Shore, a follow-up to that? Or Mrs. Major, did you want to add to that?
Thank you. I mean, individual situations, I guess it's just a question of, I'm not sure where that belongs, and I'm still not really sure. And thank you, though, Mr. Geiger. I understand your position. and the position of the LRPC.
So I think it'd be fair to say, Mr. Geiger, that with that recommendation, that truly is an administrative recommendation as opposed to the board. But what you are wanting to make sure that we're clear about is the feedback you received said there's something that needs to happen with these one-offs or these exceptions that leaders tend to make, because that complicates, as I understand, some of the boundary issues that we're seeing today. And so I think what you're asking is either LRPC can help with our administration to develop that process, since you guys have an intimate understanding of why that's become an obstacle to this, or staff in turn can come up with a recommendation for how they might hold their leaders accountable in terms of when those kind of exceptions are requested by community. So am I capturing that correctly, Mr. Geiger?
Yeah, these are important issues to the small number of people they impact. And having some sort of established process and a point person for that is kind of the important, what we see as the important issue. LRPC and the Capacity and Boundary Committee could certainly address that on something like a bi-yearly, twice-a-year basis, or we could have a more ongoing process with staff or combinations of the two. Probably either one of those would work as long as the community is aware that there is a process for that appeal and it's well published.
Very good. And I think Director Chandrashore, the reason she's bringing this up is we as a board have really tried to stay out of the operational business and really more in the oversight, the vision, the balcony, if you will. And so I think we hear loud and clear. I'm looking at interim superintendent who's been nodding his head as well. I see Mr. Cosgrove as well and Mr. Sturts, that there is a need. And so the board is expecting our staff to work either with LRPC or amongst them to figure that process out based on the need that you've communicated tonight. Because that's more of an operational decision than truly a boundary kind of change that we're considering tonight. Board, other things? Director, who are you pointing to? Director Holtzman, I'm sorry. I didn't see the little hand up there on the screen. Go ahead, Director Holtzman.
No, that's okay. Yeah, and just to follow up on that, I think when I hear the request for criteria for any kind of anomaly situation for like a little island of maybe one home, it reminds me of a process that I know Chief Operations Officer Cosgrove has in regards to transportation, where he has criterias and the ability for families to request that things be reviewed. And I'm kind of thinking it might be a similar type process, maybe with the input of the LRPC to help develop or review, but I would concur with that. And before I ask my one or two questions, I just really did want to thank our staff and the LRPC and our consultant. This has been a multi-year process, many multi-years for some of our staff and LRPC members who have been reviewing all of this information for a very long time. So thank you. And wanted to point out to my colleagues that there are LRPC members who actually visit these sites. They even run on the trails, the walking trails, to see if it's really possible for students to walk safely to school. So I just can't thank our LRPC volunteers and our staff and consultant enough. But with all that said, really just a couple of questions. I see that 16B in regards to Prairie Crossing Elementary was something that the LRPC felt pretty comfortable with, the community felt pretty comfortable with, but I certainly understand the budgetary issues that have been recommended. So really just wanted to give LRPC the chance to make any comments in regards to that, but it sounds like to me that you all are in favor of and support incremental change that's good for our community and understand the budget issues. So, and I'm seeing heads nod. So that was really my question there. Really my question that might take a little bit longer is maybe for Mr. Windsor and maybe Ms. Major or Mr. Geiger, just for the community, especially in Parker and surrounding Prairie Crossing Elementary, who have on a couple of occasions now expressed to us as a majority that they are interested in a 6 through 8 middle school option at Sierra Middle School. Just wondered if you could confirm for me that any changes we make tonight would not preclude looking at that in the future. Also wondering and wanted to point out that when you've asked community members about this, there hasn't been any prior education or information provided to them in terms of, for instance, over 80% of our teachers and building leaders and academic experts, when asked, felt like that was the best thing for students. We haven't shared that with the community. So as we look forward to future plans, are we still considering the Sierra Middle School 6 through 8 as an option? And if we are, how would we go about that and how would we continue the process?
Jenna, you want me to take that? Okay. There's a narrow question about Sierra Middle School, unquestionably, given the overcrowding in that entire area, almost every elementary school in East Planning area. If we are not able to find the funds to build another elementary school, moving 6th grade to Sierra Middle School will become a more urgent situation. That's just the reality. Of course, there are busing issues. Of course, there are financial issues to deal with those elementary schools. And, maybe, but if you've driven down Ridgegate and Main Street, you know that those schools are going to get more overcrowded. And so some solution has to be found. Moving 6 to Sierra Middle School is, in the medium term, certainly has to be considered as another option. Even on a broader scale across the district, there are areas where there are underutilized elementary schools and for example, Crest Hill Middle School is going to become very unsustainable in the next 5 years if we're right. Moving 6th grade might be a way to help some other middle schools. A long-term process of educating the public across the Douglas County School District about the pluses and minuses of 6 through 8 middle schools, how it affects education, a joint process addressing not just capacity, but education. Perhaps some more research on that probably will be necessary so that we can address that in a much more realistic viewpoint. That, to me, moving 6th grade to middle schools is a much more holistic decision that has to be dealt with across the district with stakeholders.
Brad, I appreciate that perspective that's there. I think it was very thorough in understanding kind of the multiple facets to it. Director Holtzman, I think the main kind of part to that initial question is would it preclude us from looking at 6th grade in the future? Answer is no. It's something absolutely we know we need to 100% consider, I think, in moving forward, not only in this area, but what does this look like across the system as well? We do know individually, as Mr. Geiger stated too, as well as there are a number of impacts that potentially look at programming at Sierra, from facility capacity and how does that tie into our master capital plan, and what would it look like for staffing and additional funds in staffing a middle school model versus an elementary 6th grade model? What are the benefits around the socio-emotional aspect and mental health for our students? There's a number of layers that are there that I think really gets to your point of what's the intentionality in working alongside our community, alongside our teachers, alongside our staff, to really talk about that educational process, to know what is that decision and what is that impetus to look at that decision moving forward uniquely to Sierra, while also then looking at across the system as well. And so I do think there needs to be a lot of intentionality around that. I do think this data helps us with that conversation as well. We also know that there's a major hurdle we need to look at specifically with Sierra, specifically around some limitations of facility. That is something we would need to consider in the future. And that's something I'd maybe ask Mr. Sturts or Mr. Cosgrove to be able to speak to specifically from a facility standpoint.
Thank you, Director Windsor. So for Sierra Middle School, as Shannon Bingham from Western Demographics did mention briefly, it is not, that building, that site is not on domestic water. So we would need to provide water as opposed to the current well, because any major remodel to accommodate sixth grade would probably require fire sprinkling of the building. It meets current code, but to bring it up to current code, which would be required because of the modifications, we would have to fire sprinkle, which we would need a water source, in addition to the interior modifications and probable additions. So our plan is, in the current master capital plan that'll be coming to the board in June, is to provide that information as an option. Also to continue to acknowledge the need for an elementary school in the Sierra Ridge school site next to the Meridian Village school site in that area. That's the long-term solution, but we do understand, we will discuss with Interim Superintendent Wise on the district-wide approach on sixth grade in middle schools as a model, because we understand that's a district-wide discussion.
Very
Thank
good.
you all.
Thank you. Director Meek?
And staying on that topic, I tried to listen in on various community engagement feedback sessions, and something that I heard was, parents were open to that discussion, but they didn't want it to happen right away. They wanted time to learn and everything. So I bring it up because I think if it is something that we really are interested in, and we think it may be even a solution to capacity issues down the road, it might be something worth initiating sooner rather than later. And so I just wanted to bring that up because I did hear that loud and clear from community members. And I also wanted to thank everyone for your work on all of the engagement process meetings that were held. I thought it was just a phenomenal job with that. And I guess my one question is, are there any policies that we may need to look at changing, or any recommendations? We've talked about the legacy family process, and I'm not sure if that ties into our policies at all and what needs to happen. I think families that are impacted would like to hear a little bit more about that.
Thanks for the question, Director Meek. I think our goal was to try to absolutely simplify this as much as we could for our families, specifically around legacying our students. That is something we do have the ability to do within our current policy structure, where we wouldn't have to do significant modification of that. We can provide further details to you as well, but really our hope was to ensure that there wasn't a significant multi-step process for our families. We do know another layer to this would be is if for some reason a family did not want to stay at the site that they were legacied in, nor did they want to be able to attend the school they would be moved to, would then also be looking at a priority open enrollment that we would work with that family as well to ensure that we take care of them in that process. And so those are things that we want to ensure that each of the families, or each of the leaders at our schools are working directly with those families to see what those needs are. So then we can appropriately direct them in the right direction to support them with current policy and programming. At this point in time, we are not seeing any policies that would need to be modified at this point in time, but I can refer that back over as well to Mr. Cosgrove, Mr. Sturts as well. But we really did try to make sure we stayed within our policy structure and simplified for our families.
Very good. Directors, any other reactions or comments or thoughts that haven't already been expressed? And one of the things I would just echo, and interim superintendent and Mr. Windsor especially, is that whole notion of getting a real clear vision of a 6-7 school versus a 6-8 school. It'd be sure nice for us not to have to be reactive and say, guess what, you get to do this because of space, that we're doing it because it's what's best for kids in terms of their educational programming. So I think that's kind of Director Holtzman's passion all along, is that we just need to really be prepared to say, here's the pluses of a 6-7, here's the pluses of a 6-8, here are the unique differences, so that we're ready to go when we do have to make those space decisions. But again, job well done, all of you. The fact that we don't have 400 people wanting to public comment and be angry at us about a boundary change speaks loudly that the process worked, and that you listened, that you identified a couple of areas that were problematic. and you put those on hold, and I think that's really what we do. We respond to our community, and I think that's a huge compliment to LRPC, but just how we do business in Douglas County. So I just wanted to applaud that as well. So with that, directors, I will entertain a motion to accept the recommendations of LRPC and staff as written.
I move we accept the direction of the LRPC as written.
Second?
All right. Motion made by Director Chonchor, seconded by Director Meek. Any further discussion? All right. Oh, sorry, Director Holtzman, go ahead.
Sorry, I just wanted to clarify. So it's just that we're all on the same page. It's the staff recommendations. I don't see a slide number, but it is the staff recommendations. The LRPC recommendations as of tonight are the same, but in the slides, it might be a little confusing if we're not clear about that, so.
I concur. I apologize. I did. So Director Chonchor, just as a friendly amendment, is that we're making a recommendation to accept the staff recommendations as presented.
Absolutely, yes.
Even though LRPC did all the work, but staff gets the credit. Is that how this works? No, I'm just kidding. All right.
In no way would we ever accept that.
All right, motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, let's vote. Chonchor.
Aye.
Graziano.
Aye.
Hanson.
Aye.
Holtzman.
Aye.
Lung.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Ray. Aye. And that passes unanimously. Again, thank you, team, and we wish you well for a good evening.
Thank you.
Next on our agenda is the letter of intent to purchase 1035 South Peoria Street, known currently as the CU South Campus. We were recently made aware that this facility plans to vacate and sell their South Campus facility, and this letter indicates an interest in exploring the opportunity for this facility, should there be one, and I will turn this over to Interim Superintendent Wise to begin the presentation and the introductions to this request.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm gonna have Danny Windsor share a little bit more of this process, where we are. Also be available to answer questions on this. One of the things I want us to be aware of is this is strictly taking a look at the early stage of what could be available and what could be done. In reference to some of the questions and conversations, that will be next steps of engagements, of due diligence, engagement of looking at programming, needs, and other things. So, Mr. Windsor?
Great. Sorry, I was trying to work on my mute button. That was there as well too. And so I know I'll partner a little bit here with Rich Cosgrove as well in this process. And I think Rich was maybe wanting to jump in to begin, and then I'll start from there. So Rich.
So directors, thank you very much. Executive Director Windsor will discuss the possible opportunities for this facility, but just to put it in perspective, Douglas County School District was recently made aware that the University of Colorado plans to vacate and sell their South Campus, located at 135 South Peoria Street. The former wildlife experiences, we in the community know of this property. It's a 151,000 square foot facility on 14 acres, and it has parking. This site is ideally located in the northern portion of Douglas County with very good traffic access to major roadways. It has unique amenities which could be used for educational programming, support offices, as well as partnerships to be explored with other public entities. And before I get into the mechanics of the letter of intent, I know Director Windsor wants to elaborate on some of the possible opportunities.
Mr. Cosgrove, we're currently in the process right now of developing an innovation campus, and with this opportunity that arose is we did want to have the opportunity to not only compare what our current design process looks like for an innovation center, but also have the opportunity to compare with the CU South building as well, knowing that the square footage possibilities could be up to 3 times as large, and potentially we're trying to look at the cost differences between those. As far as the details and looking at what this facility could potentially provide, and if we could jump to the next slide. it really does allow us to look at some different opportunities within this campus. And with looking at this campus, we would absolutely look at trying to intentionally develop more programming for our students, specifically around career and technical education and concurrent enrollment opportunities. And so specifically, jump back one more time, or jump forward, thank you. We're currently looking at a variety of different pathways that are there. And some of the pathways that we were intentionally looking at were specifically in the areas of advanced manufacturing to construction trades, catering, entrepreneurship, architecture, nursing, allied health, physical therapy, renewable energy, EMS, EMT. So there's a variety of programs that would be available to all students within our district. And looking at this campus, possibly it would provide us a more central location that would create greater access for all different regions, from Highlands Ranch to Castle Rock to Parker, that we really could centralize those opportunities and offer more classes at a reduced rate while saving monies from our schools, where we could centralize that opportunity to staff those opportunities for our students, and students be able to access the opportunity to earn industry credentials and certificates, concurrent enrollment programming. Currently, we're at a place right now that over $3 million our students are, or our families are saving about $3 million in concurrent enrollment programming. It's our desire to continue to offer these opportunities to invest in our students and invest in our families to help with the persistency of our students as well. We also are, as we're looking at this potential campus, to look at what partnerships can we look at for industry training, not only for our students, but partner with our community and really partner with some of our industry folks as well too, to really house folks within the center, to really make it a community event, or a community center. We're also looking at this facility knowing that it has some unique spaces that we could use for large gatherings and large meetings, whether it's professional learning opportunities, leadership meetings, community meetings, Apple Awards, scenarios such as proms as backup venues that would be there, or primary venue. It provides a number of different opportunities that are there. With that being said, is we really couldn't get into depth of this until we started looking at the letter of intent. And the letter of intent really just allows us, if we can go to the next slide, the letter of intent really allows us to engage, to realistically see, is this even a possibility? The last thing we want to do is to provide hypotheticals, and this opportunity for a letter of intent really allows us to explore is what could those specific options and opportunities be, while then also knowing there's additional steps. And I know Mr. Cosgrove can walk through kind of what that step 1, step 2A, and step 2B might be.
Thank you, Director Windsor. Directors, as Director Windsor said, the letter of intent is non-binding. That's attached to the public agenda. I also want to note, for questions on this call, we also have our district realtors. We have Matt Capisalatro with Citywide Corp. We have Andy Cullen with Tributaire, and they'll be able to happily answer any questions from an industry process and property process, how this flows. But basically, if the letter of intent is approved by the Board of Education tonight, and if the terms in the letter are approved by the University of Colorado, including the offer price, staff could submit a purchase and sale contract to the Board of Education. That would be no later than 30 days after the letter of intent is mutually executed. And the purchase and sale contract would include the terms of the letter of intent and a due diligence period of 90 days, which would allow staff and our architects and consultants to perform a detailed feasibility analysis and determine a probable cost for tenant finish for the functions that we would look at using that facility for. If due diligence findings and tenant finish cost estimates are acceptable to the district, staff would then submit closing documents to the Board of Education for approval. That would be sometime in the summer timeframe if everything was feasible and pending Board of Education approval. Next slide, please. And on the last slide, I simply want to note that funding for the purpose and tenant finish of the facility, if feasible, if cost effective, and if approved, would be from bond interest, bond premium, and cash in lieu funds. I also want to note that part of the process, and extremely important, would be for staff to inform the Long Range Planning Committee, the Mill Bond Oversight Committee, the Fiscal Oversight Committee of this initiative, and to seek their feedback and to coordinate with those board committees for feedback and comments. If the property is viable and pending direction of the board, this project would not impact the 2018 bond funds allocated for capital improvement projects at schools and support facilities, new construction, IT, transportation, and other approved capital needs included in the bond. In accordance with the bond plan approved by the Board of Education and voters in 2018 and the bond language, we are on track to complete 100% of the identified Tier 1 capital needs and 50% of the Tier 2 projects at all schools built prior to 2007, and the most urgent Tier 1 capital projects at all charter schools built prior to 2007, as well as the other projects in the bond. This concludes our presentation. We're happy to answer any questions.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Windsor, Mr. Cosgrove as well. Questions, board, in regarding the overview? And I guess I'll lead off with my first question, Mr. Cosgrove. You mentioned that, one, we clearly have seen bolded and underlined, this is not a binding letter. And you spelled out the steps for how this really is an exploratory time for us to ask the question, is this something that matches the needs that we might have? We had a public commenter ask that question, is this a need or is this a want? You know, and I think her intent was, have the things that you've identified that this facility could be used for, has that been called out as a need or not? And maybe if we could emphasize that, Mr. Windsor, a little bit, because I know the answer to the question from my perspective, but I would love to hear your response to, is this a need or is it a want?
No, and I appreciate that question. It's something I think is something we need to be very thoughtful and strategic in. I think for us in understanding, I think the world that our students are entering, as well as the persistency and challenges that our students are facing in the future, we feel like it's an extreme responsibility for us to ensure we give our students a competitive advantage once they leave high school. Graduating from high school can no longer be good enough. I think our opportunities are to ensure we create clear pathways and opportunities for each student that walks within our building. And we can't just hope that a traditional education will solve that answer. For us, we absolutely need to make sure we provide intentional programming pathway opportunities that students have the opportunity to gain experience, whether it's work-based experience, pre-apprenticeships, apprenticeships, industry credentials, stackable credentials, credits that work towards students getting 2-year, 4-year degrees, leading towards technical and trade opportunities, allows our students to extend and explore our passions. I think more than anything, our students that are having a hard time engaging in our schools are not seeing that opportunity to engage in these type of pathways. To me, we absolutely have an extreme responsibility to ensure we provide these opportunities for each of our students within our districts as well, which then also allows us to look at that comprehensive programming we wanted, just like what we did with our last CTE bond projects, as we spent a very deliberate process to ensure we created equal access in each of our regions around focus for program pathways that our students have those opportunities. This gives us that opportunity to extend that mission specifically tied to our strategic plan around postgraduate opportunities that engages each of our students to feel like they can explore their passions. And so obviously you can hear a passion, I think, of mine, I think as well in this. I do know this is a passion for us as a district. And so answer is absolutely yes. This is necessary for our students to provide these opportunities so they do feel like they have an opportunity to explore their passion and interest as well with the supports that they need.
Thank you, Ms. Windsor. And certainly I think as a board, we have communicated this value for several years in terms of wanting to have multiple pathways for students. And you said it well, Mr. Windsor, in terms of it's not sufficient any longer to simply walk out with a high school degree. These are opportunities that really help our students become competitive in the workforce. And so absolutely, I would say from a board perspective, we would all agree that this is something that we have valued for some time. Our MLO was focused on expanding CTE opportunities. And so I think that was also a need reflected by our voters as well, to say, we need more of this. We need more opportunities like this. So I just want to just enhance the answer that you've already given, that indeed this meets a need because that innovation campus really was what emerged from this need. Yes, interim Superintendent Wise.
Yeah, I'd also like to point out, this gives us an opportunity to launch into what could be possible. We want to reach out and engage in our community. We want to take a look at connecting the dots. When we look at a number of our properties, what is our long-term vision? What can we do? And then what are our options also? When we look at our facilities currently and how we've grown over the years, is it the most fiscal responsible in the current state? With a larger opportunity, if it were to present itself, engaging with the community to understand where we're going for the future with regards to number of buildings, assets, properties, and really just engaging to get feedback and to share more. You know, we've heard that a lot tonight, and just want to point out that opportunity.
Director Chancha-Shore, please go ahead.
I'm just thinking with the last conversation about the needs and the current state of some of our schools, I just want to make sure this is just a beginning step. I've heard that. And I want to make sure that our LRPC and our MBOC take a look at this and it becomes a priority before we actually dig even deeper into this as a next step. Given our needs, we just heard about our buildings and our needs for capacity.
Thank you. Director Lung, and then Director Graziano.
Well, thank you very much, for giving us these presentations. In 2015, when VMAX donated this property to CU, that system, I thought it was at around $40 million. And looks like your offering price on the is pretty good. However, one thing that concerned me is in the September 2020 articles, CU said that the CU leaderships determined that the facility is not financially viable. That is from Todd Solomon, Senior Vice President for Strategy, Government Relationships, and a CFO. And further quote, the CU South Denver teams have worked hard to explore new options, creative solutions, and have pursued operational efficiency and consolidations at the facility. Unfortunately, the subsidiary the university has provided and would have to continue to provide are unsustainable. So CU campus has much more resources, than we do. And if they determine that this facility is not sustainable, and then have to sell it, what does the school district would think that we could do better than the CU system in this, and yeah, that's my concern.
I think that's a wonderful question. And I think that's a huge part of, this letter of intent is really to see what are the opportunities that we can explore in providing for our students. I think location has a significant component to this that I think is a huge advantage for us, knowing that we have a pipeline of 66,000 students that we ultimately can funnel through this. And being that it's currently in our county as well, and the opportunity that's aligned to programmatic pathways that we're offering within our system, and the ability to be able to hire and create stackable pathways for our students, our ability to have an immediate need with a location so readily close to each of our schools, I think is something that gives us very much an advantage in that process. I also think as far as with CU, having a campus that is so close, that is stretched as far as it does, and having the multitude of pathways, it could be a challenge for them. We also do want the opportunity to potentially partner with them as well in developing an entrepreneurship program that could also still house a presence potentially within Douglas County, and knowing that this potentially is not only as far as an opportunity for our students, but our ability to make sure there's a direct connection with our community members to be able to make sure this is a community campus in that partnership as well. And so it's different from just offering one or two degree-based pathways that CU is offering through theirs. We're talking about multiple pathways, multiple opportunities of housing professional learning opportunities, different events that potentially could be housed there, to community-based events, to very intentional scheduled pathways that students would have access to, while making sure we're working hand in hand with leaders to make sure the program pathways we're offering are not supplanting programming that is occurring within our buildings, but complementary program that builds upon those particular pathways as well too. And so I think there's some really unique advantages that could be there. I think to your point specifically, the Director Lung, is we really do need to see exactly what those details could be in this process to really ensure that we can provide those things we absolutely want to provide. Mr. Wise, is there anything you want to add to that at all?
Yeah, part of the LOI is to give us the time to do our due diligence, to really evaluate and assess and take a look at those things. So I think that's part of the process that we'll possibly be able to undertake. This is the beginning stages. If moving forward, we'll have the opportunity and time in which to continue to evaluate all of those things.
And Mr. Wise, if I may, Director Long, part of the due diligence will not only be confirming utilities, toilet fixture counts, security, HVAC, electrical capacity, but one-time tenant finish costs, as well as all annual operating costs, especially utilities, overhead, the 5-year capital improvement plan for the building. To put this in perspective, this is 150,000 square feet. Our high schools are 250,000 square feet. So we are familiar with large physical plants and the annual costs. So that will be part of our due diligence as well.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Cosgrove. Director Graziano, then Director Meek.
Board meeting after board meeting, we recognize our leaders who come up and present, and they do a great job talking about the administration of everything, right? They're administering the budget, they're administering personal learning, they're doing all this administering. Now we have an opportunity where our leaders in our district are doing all the things we say we want them to be. Be visionary, be bold. We listen to public comment. We want our district to be a great place. Here they have gone out, and just like any organization you'd expect to be that is a leader, they found a unique opportunity. And all they're asking for is to explore that opportunity. And I think it would be grossly a missed opportunity if we didn't spend the time to explore this. It's zero risk. We as a community expect great things within our community, and all our district is doing is trying to say, all right, let us, Danny, Mr. Windsor gave some great feedback as to some of the things we can do. We finally can think big for a change. There's a zero risk here for us to even do it. The fact that we're questioning it just seems so odd. We get so stuck in the weeds of how we want to do things. Every once in a while, we have to poke our head out and take a big risk. And it's actually not even a risk. We're just looking at doing something. So I think I think we should 110% move forward with this. I would just throw out something to you that one of the district leaders threw out to me and around how we focus on students. Think of this as like a Douglas County School District pledge, where if we had something like this, where we guarantee 2 years of concurrent enrollment, Mr. and Mrs. Douglas County parent, you're going to have 2 years of concurrent enrollment when you leave. We guarantee you. We guarantee you you're going to have a CTE specialty in, pick any one of the industries that Mr. Windsor shared. Now that's visionary, that's leading, that's putting student first. So with all that being said, I think we absolutely should move forward with this.
So Mr. Windsor, I think you have some competition for being passionate. Thank you, Director Graziano. Well said and indeed well stated in terms of what we should be doing for kids. Director Meek, go ahead.
So I get to speak after that. All I was going to say is I think what I heard is that there will be a transparent process. Interim Superintendent Wise mentioned getting feedback and talking to the public and community about this. And I think having, the cost-benefit analysis, looking at all of the many, many competing priorities that exist, and just making sure that the public has an opportunity to hear what's happening, weigh in. And I think as a public school, we want to know what the community's priorities are and how this potential opportunity fits in with that. So I'm very encouraged, with the opportunity that's before us. And I just wonder, do we need LRPC, engaged in the process? I think Director Chancho Shore mentioned MBOC and LRPC being engaged, and I'm just wondering what that looks like.
Yeah.
Can I maybe respond? I think that was something I wanted to potentially put out there because I think you make a great point. I think Director Meek in particular of really understanding about how this could impact enrollment programming capacity in our schools and offering these opportunities as well. So I think that partnership, I think, is going to be extremely important. I think what we want to make sure is we can provide them some specific details of what that could entail. So when we have that intentional conversation, then we do give some context. And so I think it's a wonderful message, I think, that you brought up, and it's something we need to follow through with as well.
Yes, and Director Meek, to echo those comments, we are on the Long Range Planning Committee agenda tomorrow to introduce this very topic, pending board approval. And then our initial thought is we would have about 3 weeks to be in the due diligence process and then fully engage the Long Range Planning Committee for feedback, as well as the MBOC because of the funding.
I would piggyback on that. I would almost say that MBOC is more critical to engage than any of our committees. And here's my concern. I can jump on the passion wagon too about this project, but I think when we have a citizens group who's to monitor how our bonds are being spent, and we are saying, hey, we did well on our bond interest, our bond premiums, and this is going to give us some additional opportunity. I really believe that our MBOC should be in on the front end of that, of really supporting that, because they're our citizen group. They're our group that not all of them were in favor of our bond election. And so I think I would just make a impassioned plea to get that MBOC feedback as soon as possible to help them understand that these bond dollars really are to be used for other projects. But I think the issue that we certainly hear is that we have tier 2 needs that are still not covered yet. 50% of the tier 2 needs have been met as we said they would be through the bond election, but there's 50% that are still out there. So I think there's a compelling argument out there to say, if we have all this interest and premiums from the bonds, why aren't we continuing to take care of our existing facilities? That said, I absolutely 110% support us moving forward with this because the possibilities are already endless, as we have just heard tonight. But I do think I would just make an impassioned request that MBOC, we get them engaged as soon as possible. Oh, sorry. Director Chancho Shore. Was that
I'm sorry, I have already made my comment that was specific to MBOC and LRPC.
Okay, thank you, Director Chancho Shore. Okay. Any other questions regarding this intent? Yes, Director Lung.
Well, I'm a small business owner. I myself acquired 3 different pieces of land and then the building for my business. So when I buy something or present an ROI, I define a specific need that I'm trying to fulfill, and then look for the property and try to fulfill that lease, and then give a ROI. When I give a ROI, I'm serious about acquiring some things. Otherwise, I'm not going to do that, right? I mean, because it's going to be wasting your time, the seller's time. You guys are very busy already, additional just by looking for the sake of looking is probably not in the best interest of the school district in terms of resources. And going back to the student leads, that's just the part that I'm interested in. What kind of leads, or how does it fit into the grand strategy, strategic planning that we have to benefit our student or our teacher when we issue a ROI with doing more due diligence to buy this property? So is there particular ideas, or you show some of the potential use for this, but seems like or I could be getting totally wrong, but seems like there's something that if we buy this could be used. And I am just asking, I as a small business owner, I normally do it the other way around. I identify something that I need to do and then look for property that I buy for it. So am I misunderstood you, or this is really what you're trying to do, which is buying the property or looking for a property and then see what kind of program you can fit in when you do due diligence? Thank you.
So I'm gonna start a little bit about the vision of big picture. When you take a look at where we are as a school district, where we've grown, Cantrell is a good example of a building that we have and we use for a number of our departments. When we look at Cantrell with Wilcox and the number of central administration we have of office space in 2 different locations, then we also have West Support Center. One of the things that this property, you mentioned when it was given as a gift to CU, it's an ideal location. So when you look at location for our services, for our programs, for our students, and what we could do in this size of a location, this size of a building and location and access, we could look at the possibility of what would we use these other buildings for, and we get offers at times of wanting to purchase some of these buildings. I think that's the engagement with our community of saying, where do we see us? As Director Graziano put it, when you think about where we are now as a school district, where we could be in that need of multiple things to be fiscally responsible, if it was at the right purchase points and right partnerships and the ability to staff and have PD and have central administration and have also, when you look at West Support Center and those services, DLMC in one location, and then the partnerships with outside, possibly with Douglas County Libraries, possibly with other types of things. Also, you could use that culinary arts side for engagements, whether it be homecomings, proms. I think when you target an area and what could that potential be, that's where you have to assess the cost and the refurbishings and upkeep. But when we look at all of our other buildings of that cost and upkeep, that's what we're evaluating. So I think on that side, that's a piece of painting a vision, connecting the dots, but also getting an engagement of where we're going for the future.
Mr. Wise, I think to add to that from a programming standpoint, I think Director Lung, what you had said is that there's some very clear areas and pathways we need to provide for kids that we won't be able to offer in our schools. To try to offer a nursing program in our schools to hire a nurse is nearly impossible. And so for us, rather than trying to find the unicorn teacher that you can find for a nursing program, and having each individual school with multiple regions in an area that's not accessible for that, we know we need to offer that, knowing that the healthcare field is an area we are seeing a significant need for preparing students for, and that could be work with getting students prepared for CNA-based programs that ties into RN-based programs to LPN-based programs and a lot of that different certification areas. We know we need to provide some opportunities for our students, but we also know we can't put that burden always on our schools to try to develop these programs with the already tight budgets that are there. And so for us, our goal as we build and develop programming is to ensure that we've identified key pathway area programs that tie to very focused pathways for industry credentialing that ties into high demand careers to give our kids that opportunity to head into extended schooling if they wanted that through 2 or 4 year, or the opportunity to join workforce while being credentialed as well. I mean, we're going to have our first student who's going to have their associate's degrees coming out of Douglas County schools, where that has to be more of a norm for us in providing those opportunities for our students, knowing that college costs are going through the roof. The long-term vision of saying, as a parent, you need to think about spending $150,000 to $200,000, and we're not giving our students the advantage walking in with credits, with credentials where they could jump into workforce with that certification. That's the part where we feel like we absolutely need to provide, and that there's a responsibility from the district to provide that for our students. And it's not by chance. And I think that goes back to the equity conversation is hope can't be our plan solely. We've got to make sure there's intentional structures around this to ensure our students have that opportunity, not just to graduate, but to matriculate, to persist, and then provide those opportunities. And so your point specifically around having that vision and then finding a facility, I think is key. And that's what we need to be able to explore to see if this facility can help us out programming.
I think it's important, I would just add, Mr. Windsor, that this concept was always part of our vision. We didn't just come up with this vision because this facility opened up. This was going to be on our Parker Innovation Campus, which was right connected with our alt ed school in Parker. So all we're really doing is we're taking the resources that we have planned for that site and shifting it to the possibility of using this as the shell for that program, as opposed to we're just not all of a sudden saying, oh, we need to have a place for all these multiple pathways. This has always been the plan for 2 to 3 years now. So I do want our public to understand that this is not something, an overnight jump into it. This is something that we've thought about for quite some time. So board directors, with that, unless there's other questions, I would entertain a motion regarding moving forward with a letter of intent to purchase CU South as it is now currently known.
Move to approve the LOI for the purchase of CU South Campus.
Motion made by
Second.
Graziano. I'm sorry?
I just said second.
Second. Motion made by Graziano, second by Director Holtzman. Any further discussion? Seeing none, let's vote. Chancho Shore,
Aye.
Graziano,
Aye.
Hanson,
Aye.
Holtzman,
Aye.
Lung,
No.
Meek,
Aye.
Ray, aye. That motion passes 6-1. Moving on to our next item is a board policy that needs to be aligned with current statute. And it is strictly just a small revision that does that. I would just also preface this by saying that our J policies, our student policies, are our next project to begin to revise and really dig in deeply. What we're doing now really is doing some minor revisions to make sure that our policy aligns with state statute, and then we will dig in deeper to really look at more issues, concerns, or things that we may want to revise and modify. So with that, I will invite our General Counsel, Mary Kay Klimisch, to come and just give us some highlights about these revisions. As per our governance policy, if these are just simple revisions, we are able to vote on those tonight if we choose, or we can request a second reading if we need to. But just to give you some idea of our options tonight. Mrs. Klimisch, welcome.
Yes, thank you, Director Ray.
And Mrs. Klimisch, I'm going to stop you for just a second because your mic doesn't sound like it is on.
There we go. Thank you, Director Ray. Can you hear? Is it clear now? All right, thanks. So we noticed that as we were reviewing policies that JKD and JKE had not been revised to reflect a recent statutory revision to Colorado law found at CRS 22-33-106.1, which provides that there are special requirements when considering the suspension and expulsion of students in preschool through grades 2. As a result of that, we made very specific revisions to this policy, just specifically addressing those revisions in 22-33-106.1. And so those are the revisions that we have made. I also would like to respond to comments that were made in public comment tonight, just to confirm that it is the legal department's review of this policy that it is consistent and does not veer with existing Colorado law, and to also concur with your comments, Director Ray, that yes, we will be revisiting J policies generally in the future, but that this particular revision was to address the requirements of 22-33-106.1. And furthermore, with respect to references related to the obligations of our administrators and special ed staff to address manifestation determination reviews for students with disabilities or any individual student suspected of a disability, it is my understanding that our administrators and our special ed staff is very well aware of those requirements consistent with this policy.
Thank you, Mrs. Klimisch. So just to reiterate, I know the commenter tonight mentioned just a small change that she felt like would better align, but as I heard you say, you felt like that change is not necessary because it already aligns with what you think we need to be aligned with.
That is our opinion, yes. And without getting into a legal analysis in public session, I just, again, confirm that our legal department believes this policy is consistent with federal and state legal requirements.
And I would just also ask, do you feel this policy as written provides the needed protection of our students with disabilities?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Other questions? Director Chancho-Shore, please go ahead.
Thank you. Because many students with mental illnesses and learning disabilities that are not yet identified as eligible for a 504 or an IEP, I do see the necessity for including the word whether in our policy. I'd like to hear your thinking about that.
Well, we actually weren't prepared to address that particular section of the policy because those provisions are not included in the recent revisions to state law, but I certainly am happy to address it. I think the issue of whether the policy itself addresses a factor to be considered. That says students' eligibility, for which includes the idea that you're going to consider whether or not a student is eligible for special education services, including whether or not a student, as I described, our administration and our special ed staff is well aware of the fact that it's not just the eligibility for special ed services, but it is whether or not a student is suspected of being in need of special education or related services under IDEA and existing law. And so we do not believe that is necessary. And in fact, we checked to see if these listing of factors is consistent with CASB's policy and recommendations. And these factors are consistent with CASB's existing policy recommendations.
Would you be adverse to adding the word whether, because sometimes students with mental illnesses don't necessarily have an IEP or a 504?
No, we certainly understand that, Director Chancho-Shore, and that is why federal and state law and our staff and our administration recognize that you look at whether there is indicia of suspicion as to whether or not a student may be eligible for special ed services. And that is something that our staff, as I understand it, and our administration clearly understand. So, and thank you for the question. I appreciate your recognition of those differentials, but it's my understanding that we are implementing those differentials in practice.
I would like to add that word. Are you adverse to adding it? Are you saying?
We don't believe it's necessary, and without a complete and thorough analysis of the implications of that, I think we would, without, again, addressing legal advice in public session, we would disagree with some of the comments made by the commenters tonight from a legal perspective. We do have Wendy Jacobs, as you know, is a very seasoned special education attorney. Prior to my term as general counsel, I spent, I think, approximately 30-plus years working a significant amount of time in the area of advising districts on special education law. So I'm very familiar with the obligations school districts have under federal law in particular.
So I think
Thank you.
Yes.
I respect that, and I respectfully disagree.
Yeah. So I think we have a couple of options with how we take action. So one option certainly is Director Chancho-Shore is to recommend that we table this as far, or we have a second reading, if you will, to give our legal staff more time to do a thorough analysis and vetting of the things that we're concerned about that we feel like we need to have in this policy. again, the intent of the alignment really was to focus on differentiating between elementary students and older students. I mean, that's the thing that this policy is, as written right now, is out of compliance. With the revision, it puts it in compliance. But we certainly have the liberty as a board to say, we want to explore this policy more before we revise it tonight as recommended. So that's certainly one of the options tonight that we can discuss. Are there other questions, though, from Ms. Klimisch regarding the underscored revisions that help this policy be aligned with state statute? Any other questions that you're wondering about? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Klimisch, for that overview and quick presentation. We appreciate it. So directors, this is time for discussion, leading us to a motion in terms of what kind of action we want to take in response to this recommendation for revisions. So anyone want to weigh in, talk, question, discuss? Director Chancho-Shore, go ahead.
I would just advocate, mental illness is the big one that I'm thinking about. Many times students don't display, this is when their behavior at school indicates that this is something to look at. Sometimes it's prior, lots of times it's prior to an IEP or a 504 protection plan. And I would really like to advocate that in this policy, we consider including the word whether, so that students have more protection. And I guess I would just like to table it for a second reading.
Very good. Any other discussion or response to Director Chancho-Shore? So Director Chancho-Shore, I'd have you lead off with the motion. And so your motion would be something along the lines of extending this policy for a second reading in order to properly consider some of the concerns you have regarding the mental health piece in this policy.
Stated so well, thank you. And I can't even repeat exactly what you said, but I move that we extend this policy to a second reading for further consideration.
Okay, motion's been made by Director Chancho-Shore. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Graziano. Further discussion regarding extending this policy to a later time to have it more researched. Yes, Director Meek.
President Ray, you mentioned we would be reviewing these policies. So if this policy were updated now, we still would be reviewing it when we go through the J policies?
That would be correct.
It feels like it might be more efficient just to do that process now on this policy and not have to do it again later. And so I just wonder, is it feasible to just enter that process now for this policy? And how that would look different, I guess.
Sure, it is feasible, and you're right, it would take one less policy off our list of policies that need to be revised and considered if we could do this one under that same process. So
I guess I just wonder what the difference would, is more time needed in order to review it? It goes out for second reading, the public weighs in on the policy typically. I mean, that's the process, correct?
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay. I'm just thinking.
No, that's fine. Thank you for amplifying that. Director Hansen.
What is the time frame that you anticipate that we would get to the in-depth analysis of this policy? Is it in 5 weeks? Is it in a year? It will impact how I feel about how much we look at it now.
I think it's up to the board, quite honestly. These are board policies. So we could certainly say by next meeting, we would like Ms. Klimisch to come back with a conversation with us regarding some of the concerns or some of the suggestions after she has had a time for her legal counsel to vet it and weigh in. So it's really up to us to decide how quickly the process should be.
I don't think I phrased my question correctly. If we look at this in line with the other J policies, when are we scheduled to review the other J policies?
Yes, and that's something that certainly we've had positive intent to review the J policies for some time. And obviously other priorities have taken over. So I honestly can't give you a good answer, Director Hansen, other than it's been on our radar for some time. So I think when our agenda starts opening up to where we feel like we can insert some of this work, then we will accomplish it. But I would certainly hope that our J policy section would be done sometime by next year. I don't see us being able to complete that project before summer break. Director Holtzman?
Yeah, and I think that question is similar to what I was going to ask. I definitely want Director Chancellor to have her question answered, which I understand would need to be an executive session or, privileged and confidential because it's legal advice. So I want her to have the opportunity to do that. But I also want to move forward more expediently than waiting to do all the J policies together after the summer or in a couple months. So I would propose that we move it to our very next meeting and that we go ahead and take action and make this in alignment with statute as soon as possible.
So friendly amendment to your motion, Director Chanchashore, is to put a time specific to the April 20th meeting. Do you accept that friendly amendment?
The friendly amendment is allowing for us to have more information before we pass it? Yes.
Correct. Okay. Other discussion, questions? Is your hand still up, Director Holtzman, or is that just you're hanging out?
I mean, just to follow up that clearly, we can look at this again when we look at the other J policies for any other modifications that might need to be needed, but, having alignment is important, and I would like to do that as soon as possible.
So the motion really implies that pending additional information, that this policy will be revisited for a second time on April 20th to vote on to ensure that it at least aligns with state statute if possible, to address some of the concerns that have been addressed by Chanchashore as well as our public commenter tonight. Anything else before we vote? All right, let's vote. Chanchashore?
Aye.
Graziano?
Aye.
Hansen?
Aye.
Holtzman?
Aye.
Lung?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Ray, aye. That passes unanimously. Next on our agenda, to him taking the reins to 93% as of last year. Dr. Christopher Page is our next finalist. Dr. Page is currently serving as principal for Highlands Ranch High School in Colorado. Dr. Page is a career educator who began his career here in Douglas County. Dr. Page is in his 18th year at Douglas County School District. He started as an 8th grade history teacher at Rocky Heights Middle School and then moved on to Rock Canyon High School. Dr. Page taught at Rock Canyon High School and later served as Rock Canyon's assistant principal, dean of instruction. In 2015, Dr. Page was hired as the principal of Highlands Ranch High School, where he currently serves. The next finalist is Mr. Corey Wise. As you know, Corey Wise is currently serving as our interim superintendent of Douglas County School District. Corey Wise is also a career educator who began his journey right here in Douglas County School District. Mr. Wise is in his 25th year in Douglas County School District. He started as a student teacher, then social studies teacher at Ponderosa High School. Mr. Wise taught at Chaparral High School beginning in the school's first year and later served as Chaparral's assistant principal. In 2007, Mr. Wise was hired as the founding principal of Legend High School, where he served for 7 years before moving into the Douglas County School District Central Administration as a director of high schools, and most recently as an executive director of schools for the East Highlands Ranch and Alternative Education. And our fourth finalist is Dr. Mary Young. Dr. Young is currently serving as superintendent for Warren County Schools in Warren, North Carolina. Dr. Young has enjoyed a successful career in public education for more than 20 years. She is a proven leader. Prior to Warren County Schools, she served at Prince George's County Public Schools in Maryland as an executive director in the Office of Employee Performance and Evaluation and as an instructional supervisor. Prince George's County is a large urban school district serving over 130,000 students. Before going to Maryland, Dr. Young worked with the South Carolina Department of Education as the Education Associate Program Director, and she also served as a principal in several schools in Washington, D.C. Those are our 4 finalists that we are announcing. I want to pause for just a moment, board, and make sure that we are in consensus with moving forward with these 4 finalists. Is there any objections with us moving forward with the 4 finalists as I have shared with you tonight? Not seeing any objections, we are indeed in consensus. This will now move us into a finalist process, and this allows our community, our staff, our leaders, our students to become familiar with these 4 finalists and provide us with input and reaction to them. They will be meeting with various panels, interview panels, who are representative of every possible angle in our community, from business leaders, elected officials, students, parents, staff. We have several panels we have really 3 main panels of about 17 people each, as well as a student panel that will also be meeting with these finalists. These finalists will also be touring our sites, become familiar with Douglas County if they're not already. So that all happens next week, April 12th and 13th. We'll also announce that on April 13th at 5 o'clock, we will also provide the entire public an opportunity to meet the finalists as well through a broadcasted session in which all 4 finalists will be sharing and be asked similar questions, so the public can also at that time provide us input and reaction. Our current timeline then is by April 20th is to come back to our board meeting and actually make a recommendation for a finalist, a sole finalist, that we would be recommending move into our permanent superintendent position. Any questions, board directors, or any other information I should have shared that I missed? All right, seeing none, then just some quick reminders to all of you as far as meetings. We have agenda planning this Friday at 10 o'clock, as well as I remind you that our next work session as a board is on April 13th, Tuesday, starting at 9 o'clock, and that is our opportunity to meet in person with our finalists. And so right now we have said that's going to be from 9 o'clock to approximately 3:30, I would count on again, April 13th on Tuesday. And we will also offer certainly board directors an opportunity to be there remotely if necessary as well. And that is a public meeting, and so that meeting will also be broadcast for any public that would like to watch. So that brings an end to my president reports. Yes, Director Meek?
Will information be posted about each of the finalists on the district website?
It will indeed.
Okay.
So this opens it up. We have a media press release already ready to go, and it will also be on that launching page of our website that talks about the superintendent search process. And any other questions? All right, seeing none, we'll go on to Vice President report, Director Holtzman.
Thank you. I don't have a report tonight, Director Ray. Thanks.
Right, thank you, Director Holtzman. Any other directors have any items to report out on or needs, questions? All right, seeing none, we will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Motion made by Graziano, second by Chancho Shore. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, have a good evening, everyone.